Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Hey, how's it going? Let's start things off right, shall we? Is that playing sound for you? Did you hear the chainsaw dick sound? Because guys, I'm struggling with my audio right now. I don't know why OBS has started to act like such a bitch, but it has. I need a new music solution. Cause yeah, see, it played for you, but I couldn't hear it. Because now, and it didn't used to be this way, Mr. Redbird! Mr. Redbird, I'm excited to see you. What's up, man? Man, we got a lot of people here. We got Papa Bear, Dark Fox, White Wolf, Roland, Lord Hethrear. Unfortunately, Lord Hethrear, oh no. Good to see you, Hethrear. How you doing? Samare, Mr. Redbird, of course, as mentioned. We got Datron Voltari. We got Sentient Pickle, we got Cyber Knight, we got Wolfenspawn, holy hell. Man, I wish I had this many friends in real life. So yeah, okay, OBS has started to do something a little bit funny with the stream. Before, I used to be able to have my audio set up through OBS to both monitor and output, and then I have to have my desktop audio turned on as a channel for Pretzel to then play through the streaming service. But for whatever reason, it started reading my monitor channel as my desktop audio. I mean, that makes sense that it would, but it didn't do it before. And it just started doing it now, which is why I cannot figure out what the hell has changed. I mean, nothing's changed. I don't even think the software updated, so I have no idea. I think the answer is to find another audio solution besides Pretzel, something that I don't have to run through my computer audio. Because the other risk, of course, is that I click over to the wrong Google tab suddenly, and then my stream is just overwhelmed with no, we're not gonna. That's a terrible joke. You know what? Let's rewind about 5 seconds. Let's pretend I made a better joke that isn't explicitly about pornography. Can we do that? New info on the printer. Oh yeah, the cat did that for me. She just threw that together for me. It was really, really nice. Oh, Coral. Oh, Coral. 4 months? 4 months, oh, Coral. Okay, oh, Coral, you're gonna get a stream this next week, by the way. So we can actually finish off this Thunderskunk Annihilator. Man, it has been pissing me off. I keep doing different patterns. I've actually recoded the head 3 times now to try different patterns. This is where I'm at with him currently. And I'm not 100% on it. I think it needs a few other details, and obviously the ones that are on it need to be cleaned up. But, oh, Coral, this is going to be your mech, so you let me know what you think of the direction that I'm going with this, because I'm really just trying to establish a pattern that I can kind of repeat on some other things. So you tell me what you feel about this pattern, and we'll adjust it for a stream later. Unfortunately, it is a little bit shiny. Actually, Samare, I need to get my... Everything's so slow coming from Amazon right now. My freaking matte clear coat hasn't gotten here. Cyber Knight, 4 months. 4 month streak. Holy crap, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it, man. Packed everything away and my work schedule changed. Life kept getting in the way. Now the only paint I have on hand is 10-year-old Vallejo. That you're reconstituting it at all is pretty impressive, I have to say. Vandal Noir. I'm not going to try to change your mind, Vandal. I've been working on it, Vandal. I've been recording little pieces of it. I'm still struggling. I'm struggling with liking any of the things that I record for YouTube video creation and then editing it together. It's just, I just gotta do more of it. And I've got the intro done, and I've started to string together the images that I've been sent for the models we're doing for the critique piece. Oh no, Vandal, we're not, I've decided to do that one as a YouTube video, something a bit more produced, so it's gonna take me a little bit longer to get done, but it's sort of me getting over the hump into producing.
When watching Thunderhead stream, content, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead. Put it back on camera.
Okay, fine. Why not? Yes, White Wolf, send me some more photos. Ah, cat. Cat Ion.
Hello there.
See, this is why I need to get the new music solution, because I can play that, and you can hear it, but I don't hear it, and it's weird for me. It's very strange. So, here's where we're at with the awesome so far. I've gone for kind of a midnight blue to magenta gradient, starting at the feet and going up. And I actually really kind of like this. I do not hate this at all. I'm not sure. I'm really trying to lean away from the super heavy edge highlighting that I've been doing, so I'm gonna try to do lighter edge highlighting on this one. A little bit. Like a rocket pop. Yeah, it looks, you know what, this awesome looks delicious. That's what it looks. It looks like I just want to just pop it right in my mouth, you know? Yeah. And we're going to get some, the idea is that I'm going to have some lightning bolts coming down across it, like on the shoulders, and probably coming down here across the, whatever these, I guess they're also shoulders, on top here. I don't know if I'm going to continue it down it, but we're just going to try to do some lightning bolts and see how it looks. It's all very experimental. I figured lightning bolts were appropriate for it being Storm Chaser, and for it wielding 4 fucking PPCs. Look at that. This thing is a walking lightning storm. I want to give everybody a heads up. We are experiencing, speaking of lightning storms, some fairly inclement weather outside right now, with a major storm rolling overhead over the course of the next few hours. I don't necessarily anticipate... Oh wow, I just realized something I should have done on these arms. Just figured out something I did do slightly wrong on the arms, and I'm gonna adjust it before I make these arms available. And it's silly, but if you look, the angle of the flat arm plate on the original, it angles outward, which gives the awesome a little bit of its look, and on mine, it doesn't. What have I done? I don't think it's that big a deal. I think this guy looks pretty good for these being all custom-made 3D printed arms. But I wanted to let you know we are going to have some fairly heavy inclement weather rolling overhead. If the stream ends suddenly, I'm probably not dead. I probably just don't have power. It probably won't happen. Probably. But if it does, you'll know that's what it is. Macro Raptor, good to see you, man. How you doing? Yeah, that is what I'm trying to say, Cat. Cat, by the way, is actually just a portion of my brain that has achieved independent sentience. So if she says something, it is me saying it, in a way. Just not with my mouth, if that makes any sense. So where am I going to start on this guy? I gotta start with the undercarriage and the weapons. Gotta start with the deep parts, and then I gotta start working my way outward. And my plan... I'm thinking for the weapon barrels, and because a lot of this mech is so dark, I'm thinking with a lighter color for the weapon barrels and for the actuators and stuff like that. So I'm going to go with kind of a light gray, highlight it up, and then wash it down black. And then we're going to come in, and we're going to do some edge highlighting. I don't want to do a lot of it on this, but I'm going to do some. And then I'm going to come in with some blues and some whites, and throw some lightning bolts around. And use the same blues and whites for the PPC shots that are coming out of the barrels. This is my plan. We'll see if I can stick to it. Messed it all up. Go to the corner and think about what you've done. Shit. I am easily distracted. It's true. I get distracted with what I'm saying on the stream all the time. I'll start a thought, and then someone will say something, like, hey, look at me, I'm being funny, and it's just right out of my head. Just gone. Just terrible. Guys, I'll get the glove. I'll get the glove, White Wolf. We'll have a glove on. Thank you very much for the reminder. I really do appreciate you guys reminding me, because so many times I've started to paint, just started swiping paint on my hand, and I really am trying to stop it. What do you guys think about actually painting a little bit of 40K on this stream? I have kill teams that need painting. Not armies. I'm not doing any fucking 40k armies. I've done enough 40k armies in my life. Ugh. One after another. But I got a couple kill teams that I need to work on. I need to add some to my blood-packed kill team. I need to... Is that allowed? Is that something we do here? I want to work on some Volpone Blue Bloods, which are from Dan Abnett's book. It would never be a lot. It would be groups of 5 to 10 models, and then be essentially done. Lady B, thank you so much for the reminder. How you doing, Lady B? It's good to see you. Oh, Coral, you don't like 40k? Oh, White Wolf. It would be a couple of different factions, because like I say, I'm painting kill teams. And I would feel which kill team I'm going to paint. I would probably put a poll up so you guys could decide, because I can't decide. I have a Kroot kill team I need to paint. I have some Blood Packs that I need to add to my counts as Imperial Guard kill team. I have some Chaos Marines that I'm looking to paint as Word Bearers. I have another Imperial Guard team that would be mostly Scions, that would be the Volpone Blue Bloods, like I was just saying. Who, have I got it here? They're the original models, just with a simple 3D printed mod for these guys wearing kettle helms. So this would be the style of the Volpone Blue Blood team. I don't know. That's a maybe. That's a maybe, and it wouldn't happen for a while anyhow. Too many people doing 40. See, oh, Coral, I agree with you. I agree with you. And it may end up happening mostly off camera. But I figured I'd ask. I don't know if people want to see 40k here. Because that's the thing. Honestly, if you want to see somebody painting 40k minis on Twitch, there are... Wait, which side of the screen? I'm going to point towards that side of the screen, because if you look at where my finger's pointing, there's probably a bunch of followed art streamers over there who are painting 40k right fucking now. You can click on any of their names. So we might not. Who knows? I don't know what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. I can't be expected to know these things. That's crazy. Did he really? Macroraptor. A book he made. It's all about Sabbat War Crusade armies and his conversions to make them. See, there are some Sabbat Crusade forces I've wanted to make. I have this tank here. It was one of the first 3D printed things that I got. One of the first file sets that I bought. And I still haven't finished it. In fact, this print is kind of bad compared to the ones that I've done later. But the way that this tank is put together for 3D printing is amazing. It's amazing. All these parts print laying flat so that you can get nice smooth surfaces and you don't deal with print lines, and then you assemble this into a tank. And it has all modular parts. It has different types of turret, different weapons that can go on each of the sponsons, different armor plates that can go on the side. Like, you can do so many different things with this. And I was thinking about taking this and adapting this into the tanks that were used in the Sabbat World Crusade by Erlach Gar and the Blood Pact. I can't remember the names of the tanks now. They all had names. But there was like a light tank, there was a medium tank, there was an artillery tank, there was a bunch of crazy shit. And I was thinking about converting some of this up, because I don't have a fully functional 40k army at the moment, except most of an Iron Snakes group. And I could be convinced, I think, to work on a full-size Blood Pact force. I've only really got a squad of Blood Pact right now, but one, I enjoyed painting them, and two, I see a lot of things I could do better on them now. And three, I don't have to buy the parts and have them shipped in from Russia now, because now I have a 3D printer and there are people who make files for Blood Pact. So, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff in there. A lot of jelly in these donuts. What's up, Puck Duncher? Good to see you, man. And Manro Fasal. Hey, how you doing? Command and Conquer Kill Team. Have I shown you, Papa Bear, my Command and Conquer? Because that's a project I started. We could do that. We could do that. We could do a Brotherhood of Nod kill team. It would wind up being more of a traditional kit bash than the 3D printed stuff I do lately. If only because I did kind of already start it. And I don't know if I showed you these guys, but I started to work on some Brotherhood of Nod models. This was when I still lived in Texas. I haven't touched these guys since I moved. But man, I love the Tiberian Sun style Brotherhood of Nod. They're so damn cool. Yeah, Macroraptor, I've seen those ones. Reptilian Overlords does really good products. Right? I thought this is pretty neat. And I've got a bunch of these heads left over. I've also got some GDI ones. And I did up, I swear I've shown these before, but if you haven't seen them before, I might as well show. I did an Anton Slavic, who I just threw together out of some Imperial Guard parts and painted some crappy little scorpion tails on. But he looks kind of like Anton Slavic, right? He's got his chody face going on, and he's blonde and he's yelling. That seems like him. Hey, Traylon, how you doing, man? It does look God, doesn't it? It looks like God. And I had started to work on Missile Troopers as well. The problem with this project is that I didn't really have an end goal. It was just sort of a like, I don't know what to paint right now. Brotherhood of Nod sounds fun, but I didn't really have anything in particular I wanted to do, so it didn't, Looks nothing like a god. Sentient Pickle, if someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes. C&C minis. Everybody seems to like that idea. Manra Fasal would like to see more how-to kit bash. Talking about like classic kit bashing as opposed to the newfangled, let me just print the whole damn thing, because that's a strategy I've been adopting more and more of lately. I don't know, we could do something on that. I kind of like stopped kit bashing almost altogether once I started 3D printing, which is a little embarrassing. We could do some kit bash things on here. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I don't know anything. I don't know what I'm doing today. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I don't have a plan. Who has plans? But no, this is good. You guys let me know what you want, because I can use that to figure out what we're going to be doing on stream. And, I'd like to avoid anything like, I'm just going to paint some new Warhammer 40k models, because, again, there are a billion people you could go to see that. And if I want to do that, I'll probably just do it on my personal time. Not that this isn't my personal time, but it's our personal time. Our personal time. Alright, let me go ahead and start doing something. I'm going to start off with Vallejo Medium Gunship Gray for the internals and weapon barrels and radar dish joints and such. I think that's a good place to start. Then we can highlight it up and wash it black. I've seen a number of Adam Savage's videos. That dude's out of fucking control, by the way. Hey, Headshot, what's up, my man? How you doing? Where's my, there's my medium. I knew it was around here someplace. Just a touch. Just a touch to thin that out. Out of control. It's an odd way to describe him, yes. What I mean to say is that Adam Savage is an unbelievably impressive human being with a ridiculous number of YouTube videos on an obscene number of subjects, including a shocking number that are very relevant to my interests. I may or may not have seen the specific video that you're talking about. What? What? Oh, Coral, thank you so much for giving out that gift sub. To Headshot, no less. That's exciting. Now you don't have to watch those stupid freaking commercials. Who likes watching commercials? Who is this person who's like, oh boy, here comes the commercial break? I don't know him. Oop. I'm gonna adjust my microphone so that I'm not punching my mic halfway through the stream. That would probably be good. I'd rather punch it right at the beginning. So what's everybody up to today? Getting anything good done? Getting anything bad done? You can tell me. I won't judge you. I mean, I might judge you a little bit, but I won't judge you, like, overtly or explicitly or openly. I'll judge you silently. Of course, you know the best way, guys, to let me know what you're working on today is to participate in the Storm Report, which is still, to this day, one of my favorite bits that we do. It's kind of the only bit that we do. To the point where maybe we need some more bits. You know? Not bits like Twitch bits, I mean bits like segments. But if you're unaware, the Storm Report is an audience share segment that we do towards the end of the stream.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
It's going to be
not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Oh, it is. You got to start somewhere, O'Coral, and the first stroke is often a glorb. But that's, you know, that's kind of true of life. You know? Just everything that you do. If you're scared to glorb, how will you ever advance? How will you ever accomplish anything? Be not afraid of the glorb, my brothers, for the glorb is the first step on the road to greatness. Or at least, you know, completion, if not greatness. But yes, if you'd like to participate in the Storm Report, I encourage you to share. I love to see people's artistic progress, really, no matter what it's in. And if you'd like to show us what you got, if you'd like to get a little bit of commentary, if you'd just like to share, hop over into the Discord, into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Jump into the Storm Report channel and post some pictures, ideally no more than 3. We're trying to keep it limited to 3 these days. Is my focus level decent? One day someone else will... Yeah, and I'll be like, what? What? It's not O'Coral. You guys, somebody else did it. I'll just suspect that it's O'Coral anyway. I'll be like, yeah, you signed on with somebody else's name. Okay. I see how it is. I think I might want to go darker than this. I'm putting on this gray, and it's not really all that dark. I'm going to blackwash it, but still. Maybe what I do is I just jump down a little bit to Vallejo Blue-Gray. Let's try that. I think that'll be a better base. Trying to figure out what I'm doing tonight before I try to post anything, or just post a little bit of everything, you know? I am liking this Masterson Stay Wet palette. It takes some getting used to compared to my old janky setup, but it's not all bad, you know? It's just some bad. I saw you in chat there, Mr. Redbird. How are things, man? Haven't seen you in a while. What are you getting up to lately? All good stuff, I hope. Yeah, this is a better base. I can highlight this up more easily. Coal black, maybe. I'm trying not to do coal black because coal black is real blue. And against this particular mech, I'd like a little bit more contrast with the rest of my colors. Now, this is obviously blue as well, but I mean, coal black is real blue. So I'm looking for something a little bit more on the gray scale. Since we've got so many purples and blues and magentas and what have you. I like to use the joints on the battle mechs. I always like to paint them, and I like to paint them something relatively contrasting, because they do, for the sake of the eye, they break up the big blocks of color just a little bit. And that to me always looks better. That's not to say you couldn't do coal black here and it wouldn't look fine. You absolutely can. But I'm just trying to, break out of my habits a little bit. I use coal black a lot, you guys. You might have noticed. You put it in a safe spot. An extra safe spot. Safe even from you. I got a lot of those spots. Unfortunately.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
I love this book.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Gets me going every time. Gets me all
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface,
Ooh.
I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
It's not the only time he's seen that look on my face. What is this song, and why is there occasionally some dude screaming in the background? This is too edgy for me. Let's see what else we got. Even the Devil Needs a Friend by Occam's Laser. I do need a new music solution. I'd like to do an all-new music solution by next stream, by Tuesday. I need to investigate some options, though, that I can go ahead and route directly into OBS without having to use my desktop audio. Maybe there are programs that let you sort of divide up your audio input on your PC into what your system recognizes as like separate audio inputs entirely. It's like digital audio cables, something like that. I think maybe something like that could work. Sentient Pickle, I'm glad you picked up on something that's confused me the entire time. How do one's eyes become alight with disappointment? Voice meter. Oh, McAboy Iguana. Yep. Solid point, thank you. Should I get a 3 Pro or just go for the 5? Oh, Coral, that's an interesting question. The 5 is not a huge upgrade over the 3 in general. And it's a little confusing at times because the 5 and the 5 Pro are completely different machines. The 5 Pro is what I'm actually looking at upgrading into, not necessarily in the near future, basically when I can afford it. If I can get the stream to a point that it's pulling in enough cash to cover a 5 Pro, I'll go ahead and get it. Though with the support you guys have shown me, that may only be a couple of months. You're out of your minds. But, I do want the 5 Pro. I want it a lot. It has a really big build plate, and it elevates the build plate instead of elevating the print head. And then it moves the print head on X and Y axis so that it doesn't move back and forth, which for larger or spindlier or more top-heavy builds is going to be good, because they're less likely to separate from the build plate that way. At least that's my understanding of it. I'm sure that there are people out there who would be like, no, you don't really want that for XY reasons, and I'll be sure to take their opinions into account before I go blowing $600 on a new printer.
Even the devil needs a friend.
Yes, the 5 Plus is what I'm talking about, White Wolf. Oh, you noticed, did you, Cat? I'm sipping on, what is it? I literally went for just anything alcoholic that was left in the house, and this is it's a very fine Bird Dog flavored whiskey. Yeehaw! Well, this is just the finest flavored whiskey this side of the Mississippi. No, I'm going to stop that. You know, let's not carry that forward any more than it already has been. But yeah, it's just a little flavored whiskey with some ice in it. A little something to take the edge off. A little something to make O'Coral tolerable. I mean, what? No. I joke. O'Coral, I appreciate you. You've been here damn near since the beginning, my man. Looking at the 5 Pro. So I know that there are a lot of differences between Well, I don't know that there are a lot of differences between the regular models and the Pro models. I think it largely has to do with the power. But the Ender 3, I know it had to do with the power supply that they were providing, and the fact that they had some issues with the initial run of them. I would not be the person to give opinions on the difference between those packages, but I hope that there's somebody either in chat or on the Discord who could. I know that Hethria was recently looking at that same price point and those same packages. He might be able to answer some questions for you on that. I just got the basic Ender 3 for $180, and it definitely took some work and a little bit of upgrading here and there, but I've been very pleased with it. I mean, it's sitting over there running, just purring like a kitten as we speak. Which I admit is odd behavior in a 3D printer. I should probably give a look at. When was the beginning? I don't know. Have I always been here? Is this one of those things where it's like we can't remember the beginning because it's like Dark City where everybody's memories have been erased? Oh, spoiler alert for a movie that came out in like 99 or some shit. I got started in January though, yeah. It was like just before or as all the worldwide bullshit was kicking off. So I'm convinced that I'm pretty much just riding a wave of pandemic-induced boredom, leading to my channel being mildly successful. And the second they're like, okay, you can go outside again, it's just gonna be fucking me and the camera and maybe Cat. That's the future I see. Hey, on Drummond, good to see ya. Big O. I like Big O. That was such a good show. Just started rewatching Gundam the 8th Mobile Suit Team on Hulu. It's all on Hulu right now, by the way. There's only like 12 episodes of the 8th Mobile Suit Team, aren't there? I don't remember there being a lot of it. That's a great show, though. Show/miniseries. Really enjoyable stuff. Oh, don't want to do that, don't want to do that. That can all stay those colors. That's fine how it is. I want to do the dish on top of his head. It really is. It's a fantastic show. Yeah, that's what I thought, is that the movie was one of those compilation/summaries, which I generally skip. I'd rather just watch the show. I never watched it, so that was going to be my next question was, is that worth watching? And I thought it was a summary. It's funny, I'm painting this for Vergaderung, and he's like the only person I haven't seen around yet tonight. How about that? Back to work next week, so might miss weekday streams. Macroraptor won't be the same without you. Without Macroraptor, it will be slightly different. No, that's okay, Macro. There'll still be the VODs if you want to check it out, and I'm still going to be going every Sunday. Even if I cut back on when I'm doing each individual stream, I would maintain the Sunday streams. They're my favorites, I think. I enjoy them. Maybe it's because during the week I'm generally like, I run around all day and then I come in for the evening and then I do the stream, but on Sunday I like eat a whole plate of cocktail shrimp and drink a little and take a nap and then stream. Maybe that's why it's my favorite, I don't know. I'm not judging it. These Awesome Arms came out pretty good. if I do say so myself, which I do, interestingly enough. I wasn't sure how they were going to match up, and I thought about just doing the one at first and leaving the other one, but after getting one arm printed and put on, I was like, no, I've got to replace it so that it matches up and the details are just perfectly precise. Not that anyone would ever notice, honestly, but the one that I made has nicer end details, at least. It's going to be easier for me to paint, which is part of the reason that I did it. The malevolent baguette. I will choke you. I shouldn't try to do a French accent. I shouldn't try to do any accent. Why do I do that? Like, in the moment, I'm like, it would be funny if you did an accent from this part of the world. And then as I start to do it, I realize I don't know how to do that accent. I can barely speak with an American accent.
There's something about Canopian cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling.
Ooh.
Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Malevolent Baguette and Ruffles93. Thank you both so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Yeah, everybody's all about those $15 Battletech boxes, Malevolent Baguette. Thank you very much for the reminder. I genuinely need the hydration reminders, because I'll just sit here and drink alcohol. Scottish accent for the fan. Oi! Get in my belly! That's all. That's Scottish, right? Obviously, Mike Myers' as Fat Bastard is the best possible representation of your people. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. I could do every single example I think of to do a Scottish accent, pretty much, is all Mike Myers. Like, I can go as far back as, like, So I Married an Axe Murderer, you know? We could go to, or we could go to Everything Scottish from SNL, again, Mike Myers. I don't think, though, that just doing Mike Myers impressions counts as doing a Scottish accent. I really don't think it does. I had some fun experiences in Scotland. I have been there. I had a conversation with a man in a pub in Scotland where he was attempting to recommend to me a nearby distillery to go check out, and it took me... I don't want to exaggerate. I don't want the story to get more ridiculous every time I tell it, but it took me at least a half an hour of listening to him trying to tell me where this distillery was to figure out... I mean, it probably took me a few minutes to realize he was in fact speaking English. And then actually deciphering the words, and then like another 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh, he's trying to tell me where a distillery is. And then another 10 minutes go by, and I get the name of the distillery. It was a long translation. He was drunk, and he was old, and I think he was like, where were we? We were pretty far up in Scotland at that point. I wish I remembered what town we were in. Either way, I had a great time in Scotland. I drank a lot of scotch. I feel like that kind of goes without saying. That's what a lot of people do there. But y'all know your booze. You really do. It was in Scotland that I first discovered tabletop gaming in a serious fashion. It's not Scottish, it's crap. Welcome to Everything Scottish. See, that's bad too. I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it at all. It's terrible. Is !STL not working? Do an Australian accent, I'll critique. See, if I do an Australian accent... Why? I just set it up. Is my bot in the chat right now? Or is it being a biznitch? Well, I apologize for that if !STL is not working. What I am printing are the... I don't know why that command's not working then. I'm sorry about that. But what I'm printing right now is the 2-lane parking lot piece from the Hextech Trinity City set, which, if you're interested, is available on Steel Warrior Studios, both as physical prints and as STLs for home printing. It is a 6mm Battletech, both hexed and non-hexed, city-building terrain set, and it's a lot of fun. Firestarter's here. He has arrived. My life for ire. I would do an Australian accent, but again, my problem is that I wouldn't do an Australian accent. I would just do a Paul Hogan impression, and I don't think you want to hear that. Not really. Nobody does. I am so American, it hurts, you guys. Interestingly enough, if you want to delve into my family history at all, Scotland is where my people hail from. We are related to Clan Wallace, like, as it turns out, 90% of everybody on the planet Earth, apparently. But yeah, my folks back in the day came over from Scotland, and I just became, you know, I took their rich and storied culture, and I became a media junkie and a consummate American. So I can do a halfway decent. Ooh, Glenfiddich sounds familiar. I feel like I went to the Glenfiddich distillery, as in William. Yes. William, yeah, see, that's just it, Redbird. Everybody with Scottish heritage is like, whoa, we're related to William Wallace in some tiny fucking way. And, I mean, and that's the thing, too, like, the Wallace clan is huge. There are so many families that technically have... Glenfiddich sounds familiar, Traylon. I swear I went to Oh, the distillery he was trying to tell me. I just remembered it. It was Glenmorangie. That was specifically the distillery that guy was trying to tell me about. So if you could... I mean, you probably know what towns are nearby that. Scotland is like the size of the San Antonio Lone Star Mall, right? You could probably walk across it in a day. It's not like, you know, a real place like America. I'm sorry. I don't believe these things that I say. I don't. But yes, it was the Glenmorangie distillery that he was attempting to recommend to me. I remember that now. And it was delightful. It was delightful. Yeah, and that's the thing, Redbird. And also bearing in mind that Clan Wallace at that time would have been composed of many families that weren't even necessarily related by blood. And then afterwards, a bunch of people were probably like, oh yeah, we're related to the Wallaces because William had like this whole legend built around him. And then like... a bunch more time passes, and finally everyone's like, you know, it was kind of Robert the Bruce who actually did most of that badass shit that we're giving William Wallace credit for, and then Mel Gibson's like, shut up, and then he spews some anti-Semitism, and here we are today. I could do some Australian, though. I could be like, g'day, mate. Dingo babies. No, let's not. Let's just pretend like I never said any of that. And, let's start highlighting those portions that I just base coded, shall we? Lightning bolts from the arse, indeed. Shrimp on the bobby! I feel like I do beddish... I realize how this is gonna sound, but I'm just gonna say it. Like, if I'm alone and just having a good time and not trying to do it on command, like I do a better accent than I do here, right now. It's sort of like, you know, Mystery Men, the Invisible Boy. He could be invisible, but only when you're not looking. That's where my good... Those are my good accents are reserved for those moments. If you weren't here, it would sound amazing. Right? That makes sense. Totally legit, not full of shit at all. Obs. This is why I don't do accents. You'll notice that I don't have a channel points redemption for do a fucking accent, because this is not in my list of skills. I can speak Arabic with a decent Westerner speaking Arabic accent. To some degree. I can at least pronounce the letters properly for the most part, which is more than you can say for a lot of people, if I may toot my own horn. There's some of those letters that are really quite painful. Yeah, see, that's exactly it, Malevolent Beget. Oh, thank you. Is that I just end up sounding like Paul Hogan if I try to do an Australian accent. I just do lines from Crocodile Dundee. Like, nobody wants that. Except maybe big Crocodile Dundee fans, but do those still exist? This Gunship Gray is too dark to make sense for the limited number of highlights that I'm doing, so I'm gonna step it up to Pale Blue Gray. Gotta head off now. Malevolent Baguette, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun. I hope that you stop in again, man. That's not a knife. This is a knife. See, that's the thing, too. I can do the Australian accent from Pacific Rim. But again, that's just basically Paul Hogan. That's Max Martini doing a Paul Hogan. That needs to be a channel points command thing for No, I think we've established, Traylon, today, right now, here in this very stream, that does not need to be a stream points redemption thing. That is a terrible idea. And, I should never do that again. I added a couple of things. I think I did, didn't I? I added a couple of channel points redemptions. I don't remember what I added now. It was the other night. It was late. I was probably a little drunk. I need something between. I need something between those two. What do you know? I have a medium gray. You think that might do it? Hey, how's it going, man? Sentient Pickle, you should be ashamed of yourself for that joke. It's just bad, man. It's just terrible. Actually, I think I'll stick with Pale Blue Gray, and then I'll go to Wolf Gray for a couple of spot highlights, and then I'll watch Black. I think that'll be good. You can't be afraid of contrast. I've noticed a lot of paint jobs out there I see from people that I really like. Some that get posted around. Like, you get hit by the wow factor right off, and I'm like, wow, that looks amazing! And then I start to look closer, and I realize that many of their blends are really abrupt, and a lot of their the wow factor are really harsh highlights and contrast. And when I'm here painting, I get afraid of it. I do it, and I'm like, no, that looks like shit. And I go in, and I dull it down to the point where you can barely see it. And that's counterproductive. I gotta lean into the contrast. I gotta lean into the sharp. I don't need to lean into abrupt blending, but I need to be less afraid of having non-blended transitions. You know? I want things to pop. Pop! Bam! Kick it up a notch. Is Emerald still a thing? Am I just dating myself by making Emerald references, or do people still watch that guy? More MDF it is. Hey, Girl Geek, good to see you. Hey, Pyre. How are things? Decided to get the Ender 3 Pro. It's a good buy. I can't comment specifically on what's in the package, because again, I don't know. But that you won't regret that purchase. If it's just better than the Ender 3, then yeah, you're gonna like it. Which, I'm under the impression it is. It's the Ender 3 with a couple of extra bits. Man, these knee joints are really in there, huh? It is all about contrast. Good to see you, Steiner Miniatures. Kat, can we get a shout out for Steiner Miniatures if you're around? Oh, Pickle's sense of humor is what hooked you back in the day. I mean, if he's already got you hooked, I guess he doesn't have to improve any now. You're just perpetuating that the rest of us have to deal with it. Here. Here. There isn't really any detail on this this inside knee joint, so I'm just going to put some kind of texture marks. Just some simple stuff. There we go. Thank you very much, Traylon. I appreciate the reminder. I was in the live channels we think you'll like section. What madness is that? Well, I hope we don't disappoint, Pyre. We have a pretty good time here. Generally. Generally, let's be fair. Eventually, Vergaderung might even show up so that I can ask his opinion on this mech that I'm painting for him. The lazy bum. What's he doing with his Sunday? Why isn't he spending it watching me like some kind of deranged fan? How dare he? How dare he have a life? I wish you could figure that out too, White Wolf. That's always frustrating. Dazzle camo got to him. He does some really incredible work on that Dazzle camo, though. Like, really impressive stuff. It's been interesting watching him go like one mech at a time and just get better at it, each one that he does. It's almost like if you keep doing the same thing over and over and keep trying to get better at it, you get better at it, you guys. What's that called? I feel like there's a word for it. It really is. It really, really is. His Dazzle camo is fan-freaking-tastic. I'll admit, after doing the redemption for Roland, I thought about trying that Shatter camo pattern on a few more things. It actually came out really nice. I kind of expected it to be a nightmare that went nowhere. If I'm being honest, I really was like, I'm gonna try this and it's gonna look like shit, and I'll wind up being like, here you go, man, I hope you like it. But actually, I like how it turned out. I should probably try to sound less surprised that I like my own work sometimes. I feel like maybe that gives a bad impression. I mean, guys, I started painting it and I said to myself, this is going to be a shit sandwich, but then it wasn't, and I was impressed. It does not inspire the most confidence, I feel. I am going to thin this a little bit more because I want to do slightly more broad work across the larger PPC barrels. I'd like this to be nice and thin for that. Is it dazzling? We got some pretty high quality humor around these parts. Okay, Firestarter, I'll ease up.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat. Yeah, I think it's gonna look nice when it's done. We're not quite at the threshold yet. You guys know about the threshold. I've talked about the threshold. But this particular model doesn't need the threshold quite as much. I already kind of like how it's turning out from the get-go. I listen to enough Scandroid that these instrumentals are weird because my head starts filling in the lyrics. I sometimes worry about my own musical tastes because I'm one of those, and maybe you guys can sympathize with this. Maybe I'm going to say this and you'll go, man, me too, and we'll all feel better about it. But I get on these kicks where I listen to a band and I just listen to it just constantly. That sound clip only played in your left ear. Did it really? Farts. But I get on these kicks and I listen to a band and I just listen to it ad nauseum, just constantly. Like, I worry that it must be annoying to the people around me, though thankfully, you know, that's mostly just my wife and she's stuck with me, so I'm pretty safe on that. I know other people out there listen to these crazy things that are like eclectic mixes of different bands and music, and I'm just like, nah, we're just gonna listen to nothing but Scandroid for 3 months. I don't know what that says about me as a person. Maybe nothing. Maybe something. I don't know. You tell me. Do the same thing with Sabaton. I'll get on a Sabaton kick. Like, I was recently on their latest album, The Great War. And it's just... Yep, that's a good album. Start it over. Sure did enjoy that song. Start it over. I'm not a proud man. For me, it's one song. See, okay, at least somebody knows what I'm talking about. That's something. Have I tried Powerwolf? I have. That would have been near the end of last year was my Powerwolf kick. Yeah, but see, Mr. Redbird, you're making some awesome choices, at least. You know? Like, yeah, I do that. First it was Pink Floyd and then Dio. Like, as if Pink Floyd doesn't have a massive catalog to choose. That's like saying, yeah, I do that, and I'm kind of ashamed of myself, but, you know, right now it's like The Doors. Like, well, yeah, but you can just kind of listen to The Doors. Alien Weaponry. I'm actually not familiar with them. Resurrection by Erection. Yeah. I appreciate Powerwolf for their appalling levels of constant blasphemy. Also a fan of, what's that one? Sanctified with Dynamite. It's a good song. It's true that the more blasphemous a song is, the more likely I am to listen to it, I think. Which may explain my love of both Powerwolf and Ghost BC. Blasphemy is fun. Man, I should have dry brushed these. Oh well. I just got some new dry brushes in the mail, and they're amazing. They're just more ELF makeup brushes, but I got some of the bigger ones, and I used them to dry brush some terrain, and oh my god, you guys, they're so good. good. It's a Kiwi band. Some of them New Zealanders, huh? My stream is forced to listen to my shit choices of music. In many ways, Steiner Miniatures, your stream is a bit like a crucible. Really, we watch it to see how much we can endure, and what we can learn about ourselves as men. Ultimately, I feel. I say that, but the truth is I watch him to steal his painting techniques. Ghost BC does kick ass. Really does. I'm a big fan.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're
glorb it
trying to
somewhere.
get inside the lines or anything.
You gotta glorb it somewhere, my man. Yeah, Pyre, I know what you mean. I've had people remark on that before. Well, if you listen to Powerwolf casually and all you hear is them occasionally saying the word hallelujah, you'd be like, oh, this is a Christian band. And maybe not understand Commissar Elusive. Commissar Elusive? I hear that guy's really hard to track down. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. But yeah, I get how you could make that mistake with Powerwolf if you just listen to them like a little bit or casually. But they make blasphemy into a job. Like, they are crass and obscene in the extreme. If you listen to their songs, or even just read their lyrics once, you should get the notion that, oh, I see. It's ironic. That's why all their pictures are like these serious pictures of monks, and then you look under the hood, and it's a snarling wolf man. All their album art and shit. Any relation to an iguana? We got a lot of commissars in it. We got at least 2 iguanas, too. Different iguanas, as far as I know. Independent, unique, empowered iguanas. I just watched all the Jurassic Park movies again. Oh, that's not true. I haven't watched Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom again yet. But I watched all the other ones in a row. Well, okay, in a row might be strong. I didn't sit there and watch them in like a singular session or anything like that. That would be ridiculous. But I did watch, you know, all of them over the course of like a week. Mostly, admittedly, sitting there late at night waiting to be tired enough to go to bed. And missing a lot of the movie, which was okay because I've seen them all, God knows how many times. But it's astonishing to me the level of quality drop between the first and the second movies. It really is. Because The Lost World Jurassic Park was terrible. I know it's based on... It's in fact the last one in the series that's based on a Michael Crichton novel, but holy crap was it terrible. Had a student who wanted to fight me because you said... Dudes, okay. That's a tough one. And not because it's like tough to pick an answer. Obviously Sabaton is the better... Well, actually no, that is a little trickier. Because Powerwolf, like the guys, the actual band is very talented. Their music is excellent. So is Sabaton, though. But then Sabaton's subject matter is so much more interesting. Powerwolf doesn't really have subject matter. It's like... I mean, it's blasphemy. Blasphemy is their subject matter. That's it. That's the whole thing. Whereas Sabaton is arguably educational. God, Sabaton's so good, you guys. I just listened to The Great War again yesterday, and man, that album. Even the Red Baron tune that I can't remember the name of now, it might just be called the Red Baron, I can't remember. It was probably my least favorite upon initial listening to the album, and now it's like, nope, this is good. I'm good with it. Verdun. Fields of Verdun. That shit's rough, man. That whole song about Sergeant York is such a cool song. 82nd all the way, man. And I'm not like... I'm not into the whole hyper-nationalism, jingoism thing that became real popular after 9/11. I was into it because I was young when that happened, and I joined the Army immediately after 9/11, so I mean, I was definitely swept up in all that. So, I'm more of the, I find war history fascinating, and I find the sacrifices and lives of soldiers to be very interesting. I'm definitely one of the ones who's like, fuck the war that they fought in. In fact, fuck all war. It shouldn't be glorified under any circumstances. But at the same time, we need to recognize the amazing things that these people have done. And honestly, what more of an appropriate topic for Memorial Day weekend? And Sabaton is a great, and like I said, an educational band in that they... Damn it, I keep fucking this up. They bring attention to a lot of battles, events, and individuals that many people otherwise may not have ever read the stories of. The Soviets' fortress invasion, the one that the March of the Dead Men is based on the Great War, that song blows my mind. And I was like, hold on, this has got to be based on something. Let me go read about the events. And it just blew my mind even more that this occurred. The stories from German soldiers to the effect of like, yeah, and then the dead Russians got up and attacked us. Like, oh my god. Also a great song. Hethra, we've got to catch Sabaton together again. That was a great show that we went to at the Ogden. Hethra and I have seen Sabaton together twice now. And I think we have an equal number of showings overall that we've been to. We've gone together twice. Once in Texas, once here in Colorado. And we need to do some more, my man. I really love that band. I would like to catch Ghost live again, too. I've seen their live show 3 times. I missed Cardinal Copia entirely. I've only ever seen Papa 3. That's not true. I saw Papa 2 once and then Papa 3 after that. But now we're on to what, Papa 4? I'm a little sad that I never got to see them with Cardinal Copia, but I think I'll live. Remember us watching? Yes, I'm so glad. Redbird, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed that. Because when I sat down to watch that with you guys, I wasn't sure that it was really going to resonate with you. But, yeah, Redbird and Play and Win and a few other guys and I sat down and watched Band of Brothers in the Pacific right in a row, and they'd never seen it. Those shows are amazing. Just unfreaking believable. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot this stream. I'm like, yes, that's amazing. That's unfreaking believable. On to the next subject. It's amazing. It's unfreaking believable. And, I probably am. But, they're good things. Seriously, if you haven't seen Band of Brothers and, the Pacific, you really should. Some of these angles are tricky. But worth it, ultimately. Let me refresh my pale blue-gray. Micro Machines coming back. Not sure if they're the right scale to use in Battletech. So I've shown that the 2020 Toy Fair looks slightly bigger and had sloppier molds and worse paint jobs than the originals. I mean, that's not too much of a surprise if it's just a cash grab. I don't think they did stuff in 6mm though. That's real small. Well, it's Micro Machines. They actually may. Because I was thinking of Hot Wheels when you said that. But yeah, Micro Machines were really small, weren't they? I guess I don't know what scale they were in. 1:160/N scale. It's close though. That's not too far off. That White Wolf, is that? Did they really? That's terrible. Oh, that hurts to even read. Like, I get the thought process behind it. Like, oh, this is cool, but from a historical perspective, that's awful. That's the kind of thing that should really be left intact, or as intact as possible, given how it went down. I'm tempted to try to fool around with a little mild OSL on this guy, and I think I may. I don't want to do a lot of it. I don't want to make OSL the focus of it. Also, I'm not very good at OSL, but I'm going to try a little bit of it for these PPC shots. Nothing huge, and it wouldn't be where I'm putting these marks on the barrel anyway. You wouldn't get OSL here from the PPC shots. These would be pretty much, if anything, they would be in heavy shadow. Now, the tip of the barrel, this would get some blue on it, but there's no harm in highlighting it up like this. OSL can generally be added after the fact. Lent my paints to a friend who was very interested in painting miniatures just before quarantine. Damn, what shitty timing. Felt bad when I saw King Tut's remains on tour. Yeah, you know, that's a tough one. It really is. Because I'd like to be respectful of those things as well, but at the same time, they have a cultural value in being spread around. And it's one of those things where, I mean, the damage is already done, you know? Most of it, anyway. Is that true, Cat? That's a relief. I don't know enough about the subject to comment, really. Not that that generally stops me from commenting on things. So I only have those feelings for, like, other people's remains and legacies, though, because when it, like, comes to me, like, man, when I'm dead, do whatever you want. Fill me up with cream. Throw me in the trash. Stuff me and make me into a puppet. I don't care. My water belongs to the tribe. Oops. Should have double-checked that angle. Easy fix. Oh, yeah, absolutely, WJ. I hope that this is helpful. Now, Steiner, I didn't say I want to be stuffed. That's not what I said. What I said is I don't care. If you want to stuff me, I mean, you know, more power to you, man. It's not going to bother me. It might upset some members of my family, but even then, probably not that many. This might be a bit of a non sequitur considering the topic of the stream. A bit of an odd subject. I'm just saying that for my personal beliefs, I figure, like, you know what I want? Honestly, I want one of those sky burials. You guys familiar with those? I think those are just cool as shit. I think at least a few tribes of Native Americans did sky burials. And that's where they, like, take your body and they sort of flay it, cut it strategically, and then they leave you out in the field. And buzzards and such come and pick you apart. I think that sounds awesome. It really does. Yeah, Zoroastrian funeral, there we go. Flavolicious, good to see you. What just happened? Okay, guys, my power is fluctuating right now. If I go offline, I apologize. I'm just letting you know, I just had a little rolling brownout type thing. And that doesn't bode well. It didn't completely kill the stream, but one of my monitors went off and my battery backup kicked on for both my... Okay, so both my PC and my internet connection are on a battery backup, so I'll probably be able to just tell you, hey guys, I lost power before the stream goes off. No, Dark Fox, I'm on a really solid battery backup for everything, so I should have a couple of minutes in which to get around and turn stuff off. Oh, you're in San Antonio, WJ? I didn't realize that. That's pretty cool. Probably not. Probably not. I'm up here in Colorado now. Well, maybe. It is a big one. I'll tell you, that is the nice thing about having fiber optic, is that I can just have my connection on a battery backup and it won't go down immediately. I mean, it could, depending on whether my, local provider gets hit also. But as long as their power's on and I've still got power going to my modem, we're good. Looks like that print just finished. That's going to take a couple minutes to cool before I can separate it and start another one. These are yours, by the way, O'Coral. I am working my way through the 2-lane roads. I should be done with them in a few... Dude, the roads are taking longer to print than the damn buildings did. I'm sure Flavolicious... Which, by the way, hey, Flavolicious, how are things? Tenacious TG. Good to see you, man. How are things? It shouldn't be that bad, Dark Fox. I do have breakers. I do live in a house that was built in 1918, but we have installed breakers since then. And lightning rods, for that matter. I think he did. Yep, he's at 13, you're at 12, Flavolicious. You better give me more money. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, the roads are a pain to print, and they take a while. But they're cool! That's really all that matters. I was just about to answer Tenacious TG's question. I got distracted. Hang on a sec. Noob question. Have a Mini Prime black? The arms on the paint scheme I'm using are black. Should I base black over the primer or just start highlighting the primer? So I understand the urge. You probably want to go ahead and put a real thin black over that primer anyway. Primer has a rough texture to it, and I mean that's part of what makes it work. And as a result, it ends up being a lot more matte than most finishes. I would personally go ahead and do at least one more coat of thin black over top of it, just so that you don't have any funny texture issues. I try not to leave bare primer if I can ever help it. One unfortunate thing about doing these weapon effects is I have to be kind of careful how I arrange this thing, because I could snap those off and I would feel stupid. But just as a rule of thumb, Tenacious, try to never leave bare primer. It's not that you can't get away with it, it's just that it can potentially introduce issues with your finish that you don't want to deal with later. And it's a really easy problem to solve by just throwing a base coat over top of it. A base coat's never going to hurt anything, you know?
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
What? Gamer's Haven? You just come in and just say candy corn? With no... no prelude? What are you trying to do to me? I feel like I'm the only person that likes candy corn. Seems most people hate it. They do, WJ. Most people do hate candy corn. I don't understand candy corn. I don't feel like it tastes like anything in particular. It kind of just tastes like wax. But you know, we all have different taste buds. Is this the box set awesome or a print? It is the box set awesome, WJ, with the arms cut off and replaced with arms that I designed and printed myself. Did I miss the Star Wars? I haven't mentioned Star Wars fucking once today, Flavolicious, but now that you bring it up, guys, Rebels is fucking amazing. Really though, I'm rewatching Rebels and I had forgotten how good a show it was. Are you ready for the controversy? Because I got some controversy. I am Archer. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm going to say something controversial about Star Wars. You ready? You ready for my controversial... I'm not sure what you're talking about, Redbird. Let me know. Because I'm interested in what you're talking about. Anything Star Wars. Pretty much I'm interested in. But you want the controversy? I'm going to give you the fucking controversy. The Bendu is awesome. Rebels Season 1 was great. What? What are you going to do about it? Huh? That's what I thought. Have some of that. Right there. That's what I have to say. Yeah, I like the Bendu. Also, it was voiced by Tom Baker, which is just, you know, amazing. A lot of people don't like the Bendu. At least that's what I've gathered. There's still mold lines on this damn model. I didn't remove them very effectively. You know, guys, sometimes, a lot of the time, I don't remove mold lines at all. I just paint around them. You may judge me for that, but, I have found that a good striking paint job, barring some, there's some mold lines that are so bad that you really have to do something about them, otherwise you're shooting yourself in the foot. But most of them you can afford to leave. And I was in the camp that used to spend way too much time removing every single mold line from every single part of a model, and it took me years to realize that I was wasting my time. At least I feel that I was. But you know, your mileage may vary. One of the writers said, so to summarize, there's a reason that we need to internally know what is and isn't canon so we can keep our line of official storytelling as aligned as possible, but that doesn't mean fans can't individually pick and choose what they want to accept as true. That all seems very wise, Mr. Redbird. And, I mean, old Star Wars fans, OG Star Wars fans know that there is a, well, yes, Tenacious, that is a fantastic series of episodes. I think that most fans know that headcanon is an important part of Star Wars. You kind of have to pick and choose what you're going to believe, and we learned this back in the day when we were reading the books, and we were like, well, this book is stupid, so I'm just not going to accept it. Mars to pants. The Bendu people just get butthurt that doesn't line up with what they think Grey Jedi should be. And that's the thing, too. I'm a big, like, you know, the mysteries of the Force are great indeed sort of believer. I think that that's the best way to take it. I was not a fan of the Mortis arc in Clone Wars, but I think there were more problems with the Mortis arc than just, ooh, the Force is weird. It did a lot of really crazy shit that... I think my biggest problem with the Mortis arc was at the end of it, they were like, and then everyone's memory gets erased, which is the cheapest fucking storytelling device. I swear to God. It was just so lazy. Like, just don't do it if you're gonna have to erase everyone's memory after it. That's stupid. Damn it, I did it again. Like, we know Mara Jade is canon. Yeah, I don't give a shit, she is. And, yeah, I'm absolutely 100% on board with headcanoning things. And I think that the Rise of Skywalker really underlines the importance of them having a sort of a common language and a common understanding, because the Rise of Skywalker doesn't feel like it takes place in the Star Wars universe. It really genuinely does not, and I can pick out one particular scene that makes it feel like, oh, this is happening in some other universe, some other timeline. And that is the scene with the jetpack stormtroopers, when they shoot up off their little bikes, which first of all seems unnecessary. And then you have what is, in theory, a, you know, raised from childhood to be a stormtrooper, former First Order soldier, going, they fly now? And then a rebel trooper who has been fighting the First Order and presumably the Empire before that for a good portion of his life goes, they fly now! They fly now! Da da da! In case my attitude towards this scene is not clear by my tone. That's real fucking dumb. Because at this point in the Star Wars universe, jetpacks themselves have been a thing for hundreds to thousands of years. Hundreds to thousands. Jetpacks being used by Imperial soldiers have been a thing for decades at a minimum. And we're not talking 1 or 2 decades, we're talking like 80 years. And here we have these soldiers surprised by their existence. And I'm just like, yeah, this is, part of what was really great about Star Wars in the beginning was how lived in the universe always felt. And this universe does not feel lived in. This universe feels like it's being revealed to the characters at the same time that it's being revealed to us. And I don't understand how you fuck that up. I don't, considering that Star Wars is one of the properties that really sold the sci-fi crowd in general on the notion of the lived-in sci-fi universe. That scene really bugs me. If my over-the-top caricature of their behavior was not clear enough, I really hated that scene. And it also, it's the best illustration I have for, like, everything that was wrong with the way they approached that. You could, WJ. Yeah, if you kind of lean into the mold lines. Ooh, Luke with the 2 U's. Yeah, those were bad days. They really were. But she's not a Mary Sue Aeon. She's a Mara Jade. It's not funny. It's not even a joke. Why am I laughing? We got KOTOR because of memory erasing. Okay, but that's different, WJ. There's a huge difference between... See, what we had in KOTOR was a style of storytelling called tabula rasa, which is blank slate, which is a character whose mind has been wiped, or who doesn't know things for one reason or another, who is discovering things for the first time as we, the audience, discover them, and so we are sort of placed into their shoes learning about this world. It's a part of the story. What happened in Mortis was, we want to do all these crazy things and reveal all these truths. For the storytelling, it's inconvenient to have them remember these things, so we're just gonna undo it. That's lazy. That's real lazy. Yeah, Memento is a good example. Memento is one of the best tabula rasa style stories in the world, in my opinion. I am now going to transition all the way to Wolf Grey for my highlights. We're going to do a few tippy-tappy highlights, and then we're going to come in with a black wash to even that out. And then I might try to do some lightning bolts. Oh, I'm terrified. I'm terrified. What happens if I get it wrong? Oh, no. Yeah, it starts with the memory loss. It doesn't end with it. Oh yeah, okay. Here's the thing, you guys. Disney, as a company, is evil. And I don't mean to say that in the sense of, like, guys, listen to how edgy I am. I'm calling popular things evil. I mean, there's probably some component of that to my personality, knowing who I am, that I just dislike popular things, and so I'm going to say things like, Disney's evil, give me subscriptions. But they are. And I'm not saying that I don't consume Disney content. I do. It's just that Disney is one of the most cynical organizations on the planet Earth. And they make money by pretending they aren't. They make money by weaponizing and monetizing your nostalgia and your childhood. And it's like when they fired James Gunn and then brought him back over the whole Twitter thing. And I'm not gonna take a side on people saying things on Twitter or whether it's right for us to go after celebrities for things that they said in the past. That's not the subject of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is it is fucking rich for Disney to pretend that they give a shit at all about anything that he said. Like, is it rich for other people to care? No. That's perfectly fine. If you don't like what he said, if you think that what he said was unforgivable even through the lens of time, like that's your business. But Disney pretending that they care, they don't fucking care. Disney looks at an algorithm that determines, that aggregates data from across social media and goes, there is a 5% probability that this demographic of fans who subscribe to this property will be 30% upset by these remarks. And they bean count their way to a social statement, and that is cheap, and it's wrong. It just is. And they do the same thing in all their movies. They insert, and this is why it's hard for me, is I believe, on a personal level, and not to get into any specifics, because politics is not the subject of this stream, and it never will be, but I believe in many of the social issues that they actually push. I think that there are things we do need to talk about as a society, and I think that there are many reasonable statements to be made on them. The place to do that is not in fucking corporate Star Wars. It is not there to be shoved down our throats ham-fisted. Like, okay, there have always been political messages in Star Wars, yes, but they were the political messages of George Lucas, specifically, as a person. And they were often ham-fisted. But at least you could pretend they were coming from a real person and not from a soulless corporation at that point that didn't believe anything they were saying. One of the most egregious examples, and I'm going to stop talking about this in just a second because it's not a fun subject, but I think one of the most egregious and recent examples Old Man 8585. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. I really do. I hope that you're having a good time. But again, I'm not going to harp on the subject. I just want to say that the most egregious and recent example is in the Clone Wars Season 7, where it is appallingly obvious to me that Dave Filoni had 4 episodes he wanted to do. He had one story arc that he wanted to tell. And that was the final 4 episodes. That was the episodes with Ahsoka and Maul and so on and so forth. And he came to Disney, and I don't know if this is actually how it played out. It was probably different. But, you know, at some level, he came to Disney and he said, hey, I got these episodes and I want to make them. Or they came to him and said, we want to make more. And he said, well, I got these episodes I want to make. And then some fucking corporate lawyer said, that's great, but do 4 episodes to sell action figures and 4 episodes to pander first. So that we can sell, like, I don't know, a Girl Power spinoff or something. And those episodes are so bad. They're so bad. God. Oh my God. I hated them so much. Alright, maybe it's unfair for me to say they're bad. You might have liked them, and maybe they spoke to you more than they spoke to me. I'll just say that they did not speak to me at all. They made me cringe, frankly. But again, you know, Star Wars isn't for me, necessarily. I grew up with Star Wars, but they're not writing Star Wars for me. And that's a realization that I had to come to growing up. At least there's still parts of it for me. Hey, I appreciate that, old man.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
Pyre, I saw your comment. You don't like the new Star Wars movies, but why do you hate women? And I'm going to address that remark for one reason and one reason alone, and that is that someone legitimately accused me of that for criticizing The Last Jedi, and it pissed me off so much. It probably shouldn't have. And I get that there are a lot of misogynistic assholes on the internet. Believe me, you guys, I'm on the internet. I encounter them just as much as anybody else. And I get that, like the actress who plays Rose Tico got a lot of shitty negative feedback that she did not deserve. In the same way that Jake Lloyd did. You know, that dude got driven to alcoholism by his role in Star Wars and the way we fans were incapable of dealing with it. But there are definitely some people for whom it just became like, oh, you have any criticism? Well, I'm going to call you sexist. And I had somebody who I thought of as a friend who understood me do that to me. And it really, really irritated me. Though, I will say, it was something of a growing experience. That experience, while it irritated me and pissed me off, it gave me an opportunity to take a step back and sort of assess my approach to the new movies and how I felt betrayed by them. And take those feelings and process them into where I am now, which is these movies aren't for me. They're not made for me. The algorithm has dictated that they're getting their money from other sources now, and those are the sources they're going after. And I'm going to go ahead and take a page out of Kylo Ren's book. And he said, let the past die. Destroy it if you have to. My fandom of Star Wars has fundamentally changed as a result of the direction that Disney has taken it. That's not entirely a bad thing. Again, I don't own it. It's not mine. It's not made for me. I'm fairly certain he was kidding, WJ. Pyre, if you weren't kidding, let us know, because that's a problem, but I'm pretty sure you were kidding. Bad Batch was done years ago, but not quite that badly, in my opinion, Papa Bear. And I still wish that they had just done Delta Squad. It's clear they wanted to do Delta Squad. I'm a comedic genius. Pyre? Oh, you're talking about Hayden Christensen, and he is, in fact, that bad of an actor. Now, this is not to say that the prequels didn't really, really massacre some performances, and I've talked about this before, and I'm not going to harp on it because I know people have got to be tired of hearing this out of me by now. I know that Kat doesn't like it when I talk too negatively, and I have personally promised that I'm going to try to be more positive on the stream, so I'm not going to linger on this, but we know for a fact that George Lucas is meddling got stilted and wooden performances out of such actors and actresses as Samuel L. Jackson, who, while you may argue he doesn't have a lot of range, he is not a bad actor. He is not wooden by any stretch of the imagination. It got a bad performance out of Natalie Portman, who is an incredible actress. So it's tempting to go, well, Hayden Christensen can't be that bad, because look at what he did to these other good actors. Hayden Christensen is that bad, you guys. I've watched a lot of his other movies. They're fucking terrible. I don't know if you guys saw, what was it, Jumper that he was in? Oh my god, that movie was wretched. I apologize if you liked it, but I did not. He did some movie where he played a crusader with Nick Cage. At this point, all Hayden Christensen has to go on is, I did really good choreography in Star Wars and I know how to do sword choreography now. Like, that's, as far as I can tell, the only thing he can sell himself on. But he's not a good actor. He really is not. And I don't mean that as like a person. I'm not saying Hayden Christensen's a bad person, but he's not a good actor. Okay, he's good enough to make some money in acting, clearly. And the fame of Star Wars helped him get some other roles. But here's the thing, too. Hayden Christensen largely took a step back from acting after Star Wars. Like, he did a few movies, he tried to get some star power, it didn't really work, and then he, like, went back to school. And he has a rich, private life, and apparently is very well educated. So it's like, good for you, man, you know? Jumper was terrible. Jumper was, whoo. Oh, you didn't like Portman in the... By the way, hey, Nanotanks, good to see you. Oh, if you want to see some good Portman, you may or may not like the movie, but if you haven't seen Annihilation, Natalie Portman in that movie, oh my god, she does some acting. She does some acting. There are whole scenes with no dialogue where all the acting is done with her face. And it's amazing. But you know, when I'm giving movie recommendations, you guys recognize that I'm like a fart-sniffing wannabe cinephile. I will unironically gush about movies like The Lighthouse, which you'll probably watch and just be like, what the fuck just happened? Is this two guys drinking kerosene, slowly going crazy, and having homoerotic adventures? And the answer is, yes. Kind of, that is in fact what's happening. But there's more going on than that. I didn't even realize that Jumper were books. Portman was good in V for Vendetta. She really was. That's a movie that I have come to. White Wolf, you son of a biscuit-eating bulldog. I swear. Alright. Let's do this thing. Let me pull out my timer. It isn't. She has better movies than that cat. That's just one of the first ones that pops into my mind as examples of really, really good scenes. Who's calling me? Hang on a second, you guys. Give me one moment. I need to send a text message to somebody I've got coming to work in the morning. Just so that he knows we're still on. And I will be right back with you. I try not to do stuff like this when I'm on stream. But it's getting late and they do need to hear from me. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, the perils of having a bunch of property, man. It's nice to be able to go out for these long walks, but so much stuff to keep on top of, and I've wound up having to hire a couple of 16-year-olds from a nearby town to just huck trash into a roll-off dumpster because we got so much junk. Alright, let me start my timer here. Boom. Go. Lighthouse is so good. Oh my god, Lighthouse is an amazing movie. It's a very artsy movie, but as far as artistic film goes, it's a lot of fun to watch too, which a lot of art house film is not really that fun to watch. Sheep Hire, I think Sam Jackson is a good actor. As long as you define what you mean by good actor clearly enough. Now, he wasn't always just doing Sam Jackson, but a lot like Kevin Costner, he fell into a certain attitude that people liked, and now he just kind of does an impression of himself on screen. And there's nothing really wrong with that, because clearly people want to see Sam Jackson being Sam Jackson. Just like all through the 90s, people wanted to see Kevin Costner doing that Kevin Costner thing that he does. There's nothing wrong with that. But Sam Jackson does have some acting chops. He's done a few roles that have been really more demanding of him than others. Though I'll confess, most of his fame is dependent upon him just kind of doing that thing that he does. Calling people mother fathers. It is really, really good. I also like to see an option to be not family-friendly, which you need to let him go on an expletive-filled tirade for several minutes about anything, or to cancel out purchased family-friendly. A reverse card of sorts, if you will. Ha ha! You've activated my trap card, viewer. I feel like that's too easy. Like, the point is that it's really, really easy for me to just curse constantly. And it's more difficult for me not to. Not that I wouldn't be amused by viewers essentially spending their points to counter one another. That sounds entertaining from my point of view. But, maybe not as much from yours. I don't know. Couple touches over here. And a few in here. That'll work. Can you explain your rather flashy paint scheme? So, this is to go along with the Storm Chasers Mercenary Company, and thus it is based on the colors that I have chosen for the Thunderhead logo / brand, which is kind of a dark blue up through to a magenta. If you'd like to go deeper than that, it's because magenta is like my favorite color, like in the universe. As far as why I tend to go flashy with my paint jobs in general, I like flashy paint jobs, and if I had to determine a reason that I'm so particular to flashy paint jobs, it probably has a lot to do with the era in which I got into Warhammer 40k. Which would have been in the mid-90s, when brighter paint schemes were still very popular, as opposed to these days when I've noticed that a lot more realistic, big air quotes, camouflage patterns have become more popular. It's probably more information than you really needed as far as this particular paint job goes, but it's my thinking on flashy paint jobs in general. I like bright paint jobs, and I like them because they stand out on the tabletop. They're not as realistic, but I'm painting a giant war mech from the far future with lightning guns. Like, if I sit here and worry myself about realism, I just won't paint them. If I wanted to paint super realistic paint schemes, you know what I would do? I would play historical war games. I'd play, like, Flames of War or Bolt Action or something, and I would paint historically accurate paint schemes. And even then, I would look for the flashier versions of them. Because I like models to pop on the tabletop. I don't like it when they blend into the terrain. I like it when you can see them from a good ways away and you can tell what all the details are supposed to be. But that's all personal preference, you know? You should paint models the way you want to paint models, not the way other people want you to. Unless they're subscribing with Twitch Prime! Woo! I should never woo. That's not a thing that I should do. Binary Shield, thank you so much for the subscription, my man. You make this stream possible. Or at least more probable. That's probably accurate to say. You make this stream slightly more likely to happen. Yeah, that's the other thought too, Macro Raptor, is that like you're not gonna hide this stupid thing anyway. Like, if there's a mech on the field, you're gonna know, and locating it is not gonna be that hard. Painting it dark green is not gonna make it harder to see. But again, some people like their mechs those colors. I know that Roland, he's doing his Crucis Lancers. He does a real dark green paint scheme on them, and it looks good. I also plan to do lightning bolts on this guy. I'm thinking like coming down across the shoulder here, maybe a little bit on here, coming out from this little crevice and down the shoulders. Maybe, I don't know where all we're gonna do the lightning bolts, but we're gonna pick some spots and we're gonna try to do them. Binary shield. You're gonna have to remind me who you are now. I should know because I'm certain that your name is the same on Discord, but I can't think of it now. Have I ever seen Zardoz? I have seen Zardoz an alarming number of times, actually. Mars to Pants. I quite enjoy Zardoz. The gun is good. It shoots seeds of death to cleanse the plague of the brutals. The penis is evil. It shoots seeds of life. For those of you who might be a little confused at this particular moment, those are paraphrase lines from the film Zardoz with Sean Connery. I'm not making this up. I'm not that much of a... Well, I might be that much of a weirdo, but I'm not being that much of a weirdo in an impromptu fashion, okay? Getting close to finishing these highlights. Did I design the arms? Tasselhoff, yes I did. Design might be strong. Oh, Smaha, shit! Oh, I was 10 minutes in! Reset the clock. Don't give me an ad, just reset the clock. 10 minutes in and I cursed. Yeah, I know, I did it. Well, it's good to see you, Binary Shield. I'm glad you're here, man. Yeah, man, we had some good times in Texas, didn't we? Yeah, we got some good times ahead of us still. I'm trying not to curse. I got a 30-minute timer because somebody redeemed the points. They redeemed their channel points to get me to not curse for 30 minutes. Pyre, you are I'm just gonna warn you. Your subject matter is a little salacious, and I do leave the matters of moderation to cat's discretion. It's not that I mind your sometimes sensationalistic choice of verbiage. But you know, watch yourself. That's all I'm saying. Samir, this is happening often enough that I am gonna, after the stream tonight, I'm gonna go pull Stacker Pentecost's Reset the Clock and put it as a button that I can push, because this does keep happening, and I think it's worth the time to pull that clip. Also, I love Pacific Rim, and that's a perfect excuse for me to just watch Pacific Rim again, which I don't really need an excuse, but I'm going to push this button anyway.
Elbow rocket! Now!
Thank you for the reminder, Higher. Rot by Vulcan! Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, welcome to the stream. You didn't do it, Binary Shield, I did it to myself. Did it to myself. Like so many things that have gone wrong in my life. I wanted to add to that answer that I gave you, by the way, earlier, WJ, on the choice of bright paint schemes. I think another piece of information that may help you to understand. My favorite Space Marine chapter are the Imperial Fists. Not just for their lore, but for their color scheme. That should probably inform you somewhat as to my thinking. My favorite Chaos Space Marine chapter? Emperor's Children. There might be a theme here. Thank you, White Wolf. I appreciate it. Have I ever seen the Venture Brothers? Have I ever seen the Venture Brothers? Yes, I've seen the Venture Brothers. I quite enjoy the Venture Brothers, but then I also grew up watching the shows that they're making fun of. But yes, Venture Brothers is a fantastic show. I admit I feel like I missed some of it there towards the end, some of the last seasons that they did. I don't even know if they're still doing it. They got pretty self-referential towards the end there. And that killed it a little bit for me. There's nothing wrong with that, I wasn't enjoying it as much. Sphinx. Alright, now I'm going to come in with a black wash over all those parts that I just spent time highlighting to ease those tones together somewhat. Yeah, they put a lot of work into into Venture Brothers. I just haven't been following the production, so I can't really comment on it. Here's my flow improver. Where is my flow improver? What did I do with it, you guys? There's my matte media. There's my flow improver. Okay. The Legion of the Damned, it does not count as a Space Marine chapter. I would say no, because they are specifically composed of pieces of other chapters, and chapter is a very specific term within the context of the universe of 40K. How many times? An uncomfortable number of times. It's on my rewatch list with, like, The Office, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Why can't I think of my own rewatch list? I have a list of shows that I'll just watch starting from the beginning. Yeah, Trailer Park Boys, Venture Brothers, Gundam Wing. It's on that list. And Danger 5 does need to come. Okay, Binary Shield, I don't know if you saw this. Danger 5 has a bit of a comeback. They're doing a podcast now, where they continue the story of the team from Danger 5. This was recently announced. This brush is a poo-poo salad. I'm not going to use it. I don't know why I even pulled it out. That's like a brush I use for dry brushing. I was going for this brush. Didn't they retire the Legion of the Damned? I honestly don't know. I'm so far behind on 40K lore. Like, I missed all of 8th edition, and now they're doing a new edition, and I'm like, I still don't know what's happening. That's not entirely true. I guess I read 2 of the Plague War books, the ones about the Death Guard invasion of Ultramar. They were okay. I like the Death Guard. but I'm definitely not as into it as they used to be. You know, fandom, it comes and it goes. It comes in waves sometimes. Yeah, Redbird, I'm with you on that. The first seasons of Venture Brothers are, in my opinion, better, and then it's like they developed so much that the show became more self-referential and more about its own story arcs, and it lost me a little bit. I'm not saying it's bad, it lost me. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe they were watching their demographics and they were like, we want this guy to stop watching the show. He's a... 22 minutes. I keep wanting to say naughty words. Shut up, girl. You know I don't like to use the sit-down gun, but we just don't have time for faffing about. Oh man, I should have some Danger 5 clips on here. They would confuse everyone. And as always, kill Hitler. For my money, Brock Samson peaked in the episode about Gargantua 1, the space station, when he gets sucked out into space. And oh man, I completely neglected to highlight an entire portion. I'll have to come back and do it. I'll do that next. I just realized it. In the episode about Gargantua 1, when they were on the space station, he gets sucked out into space. And as his cigarette goes flying by him, he grabs it and stuffs it back in his mouth and then starts pulling himself back into the airlock by like a cable. And he gets back into the ship, and he just, like, you know, does one of those snot rockets, and he blows a bunch of blood out of his nose, and his eyes are bulging out of his head, and his skin is pale blue, and he's just like, I gotta go lie down for a sec. Like, that's his entire response to being in hard vacuum. But it's a weird sort of thing. There was like a reverse Flanderization that happened in that show, where the characters became less of caricatures, which is where they started, and more like characters, like they got development. And in a weird reversal, that actually hurt the show for me. Usually it's the opposite. Usually it's a show that starts with real characters and then digs into Flanderization, the characters become caricatures, and then they become less interesting. Venture Brothers was the exact opposite. It's still a great show, certainly. But again, not every show has to be for me, you know? I wish every show were for me. I wish that producers were out there going, how do we make this man in particular just as happy as he can be? But that's just not a realistic expectation. There we go. Once that dries, I think that these joints and weapons are going to look pretty good. Now I gotta come in and highlight his elbows because I completely neglected to do that, and I feel a little foolish. A little foolish, not a lot foolish. C-Lab, yeah, C-Lab's pretty... I still quote C-Lab an uncomfortable amount of the time. I still call my cat Fig Nuts. Team Venture Mercenary, yeah, he would be in an Atlas, wouldn't he? Just smashing everybody. Thank you, Papa Bear. I appreciate that. Yeah, my goal was to make it so that the new parts just blended right in and you wouldn't even notice that there were new parts on it at all. And I think I've achieved that pretty well. I could point out some small differences, but I've also been studying these parts very closely. So, you know, that's not entirely surprising. I completely neglected to do the insides of the elbows. Which is not much highlighting, but it's some. And it's important, in my opinion, to break up the colors of the arm. Not as much over here, just on the very inside, because this arm is oriented differently. So my thinking when I was positioning these arms, and I don't know why I was thinking this, I don't know if a PPC would have kick when you fired it. It's an energy weapon. It does project some physical mass, I think, but I'm not really clear on the science of the PPC. Probably because nobody is, because it's nonsense. But my thinking was that one arm is being extended forward, and it's firing, and it's going to be projected backwards, and the other arm is more like it was aimed and it's been knocked forward. So his shoulders, you can see, are oriented. This arm is oriented like it just got hit with recoil and came back, and the other arm is oriented like it's been carried forward in order to absorb recoil. That was my thinking, anyway. I don't know. Yeah, Samir, and that was why I did both of them too, is because once I got one done, and I looked at it next to the other, I was like, I'm gonna notice that they're slightly different, and I'd rather they both just be identical. Or at least effectively. And the nice thing about working in CAD for making stuff like this is once you've made something, if you want to make it symmetrical, you mirror it, and you print it. It's just that easy. And I'm really pleased with how I built these arms, because just component and approach-wise, I built them in such a way that you can easily rotate the... you can just, like, literally click on and grab the PPC and waggle it up and down, and it'll rotate on the elbow joint for posing. There's not much movement in the arm, obviously, but what movement there is really easy to achieve. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Sentient Pickle. I was thinking PPC, particle projector. It's firing something. So it would have some kick to it. But you know how much, actually, I have an equation. If you guys are interested, this is actually some pretty heavy Battletech lore. So, you know, if you're not really into Battletech, you may want to tune out now before I really get into the nitty-gritty of it. But I will just go ahead and say that if you take the approximate mass of the particle being projected by the particle projector cannon, and you multiply it by the nonsensium factor, and then you go ahead and fit that into the unobtainium equation, and then you go ahead and split that down the middle in a ratio based on just how full of crap you really are, you'll get your answer. It's nonsense! It does what you want it to do, and I decided that PPCs have kicks, so that's where we are. Also, crap's not a curse word, so I'm not resetting the clock. It really is, WJ. What you see with what words. What you see is what you get. The old WYSIWYG is very difficult to do in Battletech unless you're just willing to get into heavy kit bashes. Which, I mean, a lot of people are, to be fair. It didn't come out exactly the way I wanted it to, but that's okay. I can live with that. I can live with that. Alright, let's watch those black and call those portions mostly done. Mostly done, because they might need some retouches later, but we don't really know. As it happens, I'm very comfortable lying to myself. Touch more dark wash. You print up my mechs. Can you print up a couple of those arms for me? Oh, Coral, absolutely. I can pop them on the same print plate, man. That's no problem. I do have different versions, and I'm going to be posting them online. I have this arm both with and without the PPC shot coming out of it. So I'll do both for you. It's no problem, man. Bit more in the shoulder joints because they came out a bit brighter than a lot of the other parts. like it if they were toned down slightly. Maybe the PPCs as well. Because it is very bright gray, and I really just want the highlights to pop. That's more like what I'm thinking. And it's even going to dry a little bit darker than that. Something important to remember when you're doing washes, and this is really basic stuff, but, you know, I'm trying to get over the notion that I shouldn't give basic advice, because the fact is, like, you paint for a while and you kind of forget. People are just getting started, and they don't have access to every single tutorial you ever looked at. And yes, the information is generally available, but it might just be available from you for the first time, so be aware that washes generally dry darker than they look when they're wet. So when you're putting down a wash and it doesn't get as dark as you want immediately, give it time. It may just. Now, I very intentionally did not highlight these ribs here, because I'm going to try to give these like a blue glow effect. I don't know if it's going to pay off, but I'm going to try it. Never be afraid to wash twice. It is much easier to add
When
wash.
watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do
Fair
the
enough.
cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and
Very
then
much.
hold it off screen entirely.
I like
Come
to
on,
keep you
Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I like to keep everybody guessing. It's my same logic with thinning your paints. If you feel like you've thinned your paint too much, that's okay. Always remember that, and this applies to kit bashing into painting. It's easier to add paint than to remove paint, just like it is easier to cut more off than it is to add more back on. You taking off, Traylon? Or somebody else? Did I miss something? Well, Traylon, you have a very good night, too. Thank you so much for being here, man. I always have a good time, you know? Alright. What am I doing next? I think I'm going to try to do some lightning bolts. Because I want to do lightning bolts before I do the rest of my highlighting. I think that makes sense. Let's try it. What do you say, guys? We're going to try to do some lightning bolts, right? So what blue to start with, and how many layers do I want to do? I'm thinking 3 layers for the lightning bolts. So I'm thinking 2 blues and an off-white. And for my first blue, I'm thinking tropical blue. Let's try 1 lightning bolt and see how it comes out, yeah? So here's a question, chat. Since Vergaderong isn't here to answer the question, lightning bolts only on the upper surfaces of the mech, up top near his shoulders? Or should I do some lightning bolts down lower, like on his legs as well? What do you think? Absolutely. Traylon, you come back anytime, man. Flavolicious. At this point, I'm like, should I thank Flavolicious since he's only doing it for spite? Only up top? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking sort of keep it into the magenta. Tropical Thunder. What's up, Wilhelm Kingspeak? How you doing, man? We'll start up top, and we'll see how it goes. I'm going to take this tropical blue, and I'm going to thin it down a fair amount. I'm just kind of block out some broad areas where I want to do a lightning bolt. And I'm going to take 1 lightning bolt all the way through to completion so that we know if it's going to look good or not. Which I probably won't think it looks good no matter what happens. My second highlight is going to be inside of that blue, Reaper Icy Violet. And after that, I'm probably going to kick all the way to probably Ghost Gray. I think Ghost Gray rather than Wolf Gray. Maybe Wolf Gray. Wolf Gray is a really good off-white blue. Blue, off-white, you know what I mean. Let's get some medium and thin this out a little bit. I don't want this blue to go on thick. I want this to go on very thin. Very thin indeed. Oh no, you guys, don't fight over who gives the most gift subs. That's terrible. Don't do that. Oh no. Please don't throw me in that briar patch. Just a wee little bit more. Just a bit more. Just to get me where I want to be. Am I at 50 sub points for the final emote slot? Yeah, man. I was having this discussion, and you know what? I'm just going to bring you guys in on it. I was having this discussion with a couple people on Discord the other day about showing sub counts. Flavolicious, I left 50 sub points behind some time ago, and I haven't dipped below it in a while now. I don't want to... Before having this conversation, I don't want to just say how many I have right now, but let's say that I am staggered by the number of subscriptions that I have right now. I am staggered by the... And talking about this, I feel like, is maybe a little gauche, you know, on stream. So, if you feel like this is tasteless, you know, let me know and I'll shut the heck up, but, where are emotes, then? I need to get some more made. I contacted Kat about the person who did our last emotes, and, you know, maybe we'll do a poll on what emotes we need, because we have more emote slots. We have a shocking number of more emote slots at this point, you guys. But, showing subs on stream, I don't quite understand the purpose of it. I'm not saying that, like, people are bad to do it. I'm saying when I look at the ability to do it, I find myself wondering, what is it that I'm trying to say by doing this? And I'm not sure. What medium am I using, and why do I choose it over water? The medium that I'm using, and why I choose it over water. Number one, why I choose it over water, I'm going to say, is because here where I am on a well. I have a well, boop, right outside there. That's where all my water comes from. It's very mineral rich. It doesn't mix all the... Like, you can mix it with paint, but it's had a couple of funny mixture issues. Oh, did I curse? Did I curse and I didn't even know it? Oh, no. Okay, alright. No, I had 5 minutes left. Reset the clock. Son of a monkey. Alright. My plan has paid off. Flavolicious! Flavolicious! Oh my god, you guys. What was I saying? What was I saying just now? Wilhelm King speak. Heck yeah, man, we love Battletech around here. I'm pretty much all about the giant robots and their chain schlongs. It's more effective if the button works. There we go. That might have been a little awkward if I couldn't play that. Okay, so as far as the medium and my my favorite medium is Cleo. I miss her commercials. Whatever happened to Miss Cleo? Chimp off the old block. And no wonder she married you, Sentient Pickle. Yeah, it really does happen. So I've got a well. Okay, most of my well, or most all my water comes from the well, and thus I have to worry about mineral content. But regardless of that, I would still use, and this is one of the few Citadel products that I buy regularly, is their Citadel Lamian Medium. It just has the right consistency to it to keep the paint flowing well. I found that water, if you're using distilled water in particular, it can act a little bit like a flow aid where it breaks the surface tension of the paint and it makes your paint tend to run down into crevices more than it would otherwise. Whereas the Lamian medium specifically, and there are a number of other matte mediums out there, but I like the Lamian because it is more liquid than a lot of them, which tend to be thickened, like you almost kind of have to thin them a little bit. But the Lamian medium has a really nice flow to it. It doesn't break the surface tension so much, and it all in all, it's kind of magic. It really is. It's just right. And it also doesn't introduce a lot of funny surface finish issues. It doesn't make it too satin or anything like that. I would advise you try some, if you're wondering about it. But I very particularly do not use water locally because my local water is not great for this purpose. I'll use distilled water when I'm trying to make like a wash or something. So I'm just kind of picking random directions to take these theoretical lightning bolts in. And blocking out broadly with the blue to provide a sort of an aura for the bolts.
Just a white line. I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that
paint
on
Coral?
anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Get better local water. I'll get right on that. I'll go down into the ground and I'll yell at the dirt so it stops putting so much sulfur in my water. That'll work great.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
Somebody giving cat trouble? You giving cat trouble? I'll freaking come for you. I'll get on you. What is my sub count? I really do feel like I'm really reluctant to get into sub count shenanigans because I do kind of feel like it's, and I'm not saying anything about any other streamers by this. I know a lot of people have sub counts on their streams. It just feels to me, I don't know. Because guys, the subs are not the reason that I'm doing this. The subs certainly help. The subs certainly keep the stream going. They encourage me. They serve as a fantastic sign of whether I'm doing the right things and community involvement. And I treasure this community that we built here in this stream. You guys are amazing. It's not about the subs. It really isn't. And I don't want you to think that it is. I have 98 sub points right now. 98. Now, a good number of those are gift subs, but there have been not that many gift subs that haven't turned into full subs, and certainly not all of them are gift subs. In fact, most of them, well, I am continually shocked at the number of subscriptions that people have seen fit to give me and continue from gifts. It feels weird to me. It feels like, talking about your paycheck, even though it's not really a paycheck. But maybe I just need to get over that. It's just a number. No, I didn't Chaotic Harmony. I'm sorry. I apologize. We've got a couple new voice clips from Chaotic Harmony that need to be put in. I did not. I got a couple of minor overlay upgrades done, and I did not get those put in yet, Chaotic. I apologize. Cat, can we get a shout out for Chaotic Harmony if it hasn't happened yet, please? Does anything happen at 100? Yes, actually. Once we get to 100, if the stream goes below 100, it will explode. Unsubbed. Wilhelm Kingspeak, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm glad to bring you some mech content, man. It's true, there isn't a lot of Battletech content here on Twitch. I anticipate there will be more in the near future as the stream begins to take off. Not the stream, as the game, the Kickstarter begins to land. And there are more people playing the game and getting a look at the newer models. Battletech has a little bit of a bad rap with painters in general for the quality of the models. But I think that's about to change. Alright, so now we're going to come in with some Wolf Gray. We're going to try to clean this lightning, or not clean this lightning bolt up, but just add some final highlights to make it pop. I might be a little quiet while I'm doing this. I apologize for that, but I'm more comfortable with freehanding now than I was when I started this stream, honestly. It's not as bad as it was. But it still takes a bit of concentration to do. So if you say something that's just the funniest thing ever and I don't see it, well, I apologize. I'll get to it in a minute. We got some jokers in here. We got some jokey jokesters. Alright, what do you think? Does that look like a lightning bolt? What's it missing? Maybe a couple of touches of nearly pure white? Yes, Wolfenspawn, if I had a water softener, I would use more of my water. You like it? Hey, Skomat, what's up? How you doing, man? If you guys think that's good, then I'm going to carry forward this strategy for the rest of the lightning bolts. This is the tester bolt to see if we like where it's going. Does it really? I wasn't looking at it. Yeah, Cat, the pattern could be a little bit different, but I'm talking just the colors. Oh, Chaotic is so full of jokes. Chaotic, just you know what? Just stand still for a second, okay? Just hold your head up and stand right there. Don't move, okay? Got him. Now a little bit of this for you. Missiles do indeed go whoosh. It's true. Though I have kind of painted myself into a funny sort of corner in that if I want to carry it down the arm, that's going to be awkward, but I guess maybe stick all the lightning bolts up toward the top of the shoulders and not carry them down the arm. It might be a little bit much to carry lightning bolts all the way down to the PPCs, considering the PPCs are actually firing lightning bolts. That's precisely what it means, Chaotic. Yes, thank you for determining that. I'm too shy to say these things sometimes. Play the one with the Slav guy in the bar talking shit about killing the lead actor's friend. I don't have that one. I don't have that one ready to go, unfortunately, though I know exactly the line you're talking about. I do. Your anvil right there on that flat panel in the front. Oh, you mean like right here? Huh. I mean, I could. Would that look cool? I did not. I started to, and I said, shh, and I didn't say the T. I didn't. You go back and clip it and prove it to me, and then I'll reset the clock again. I said nothing. I started to say the naughty word, and then I didn't say it. You can pull it down the arm. You think so? And I guess I could have one kind of start here and then come down the arm a little bit. That might not be all bad. What do you guys think? Should I do the anvil here? The Thunderhead anvil? Because it would fit. But that almost might be too much. Oh, not there. Are you talking about here, above the head? I've had to paint Night Lords. Yeah, I feel that's exactly where I went to when I was like, how do you paint lightning bolts? What's a good tutorial? Just to get an idea for how to start, and this is definitely a technique I picked up from people who paint Night Lords. WJ, believe me, I ask myself that same question. I hate the cockpit on the Awesome. I mean, you saw what I did with, of course he's out in the game room now, but you saw what I did with the cockpit on the other one. I chopped it off entirely and replaced it with a different cockpit because I didn't like it. Well, it's not why I did it, but it was easier. Yes, White Wolf, they are. Yeah, the Thunderbolt is worse. They're both pretty bad, though. That's like saying, a kick in the junk beats a poke in the eye. That's condemnation by faint praise. we're going to draw the lightning bolt down the arm a little bit. Lake Lord 2505, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to the stream. I'm not going to say it this time. I'm going to skip the thing. I'm going to skip the thing that I say, just to mix things up a little bit. I like to keep everybody guessing. You know?
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. And now that we've established that rule, we should probably mention what it applies to is a little bit that we like to do on the stream, which is coming up in how long? About an hour. About an hour, we're going to be going to a little audience participation biddly piddly, fiddly diddly, hidely hodly neighbor, known as the Storm Report.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
What a thought. I hate that. That one always makes me cringe a little bit. I don't want my 3D printer to be broken. But guys, we have a bit that we do towards the end of the stream called the Storm Report, where we go over to pictures from you guys, the viewers of the stream. And we show them and we talk about them a little bit. It's a lot of fun. Everybody seems to have a good time doing it. It's a great way for you to share, particularly if you're not great at sharing like I am. If you kind of need a little bit of prompting to get into it, you know? It's a great opportunity to get your work out there. And I would absolutely love it if you felt like participating, particularly if you're newer to the stream. That's the best. You're the best people to participate. Sort of a little welcome mat, if you will. It's really easy to do. If you are a creative, if you have some minis you've been painting, if you've got... it doesn't even have to be minis. If it's cross-stitch, if it's photography, if it's anything creative that you've been doing that you'd like to share, work in progress, finished, whatever. Any skill level is absolutely welcome. Please go over to the Discord channel, pop into the Storm Report sub-channel, and post some pictures. I'm not convinced this lightning bolt's going to look as good. We try to keep people to 3 or less these days, because we've had a couple that have gone pretty long. But please go ahead and post some pictures. And we'd really love to see your work. I love to see everybody's work. Honestly, you guys, your creativity and your support is what inspires and keeps me going. I can tell you right now, I would be in a painting slump where I was getting nothing done at all, and I probably would have been there for over a month at this point in my normal painting ups and downs, if not for you guys. Your creativity inspires me, and it keeps me going at times when I otherwise would not keep going. Did you just call us doormats? No, only you, Okoro. Why are my commands not working? Exclamation point Discord should work, and it's not. I am sorry about that. Exclamation point model works. Huh. I'll tell you what, though, Wilhelm, if you look at the About on Twitch, there should be a button that says Discord that will also take you to the server. I apologize for that. I'm going to have to investigate why only some of my commands are working today. STL wasn't working earlier either. Speaking of which, I am going to go change that printout here real quick. Yeah, a little percussive maintenance might fix it, right? I have so many of these 2-lane roads printed right now for Okoro. It's a crazy number of roads. I didn't realize how many roads were in those packs. I feel for you, Flavolicious, printing as many of these as you've had to do. This is one of the... had a little bit of lift. A little bit of lift on one of the edges. Thankfully, that doesn't really impact it as long as the top prints, which it seems like it printed pretty well. But these are one of the parking lot pieces for our 2-lane road system. Came out pretty nice. You can have like 4 of these in the set, Okoro. I hope you're ready for that. Print you a bunch of cars to park in there, too. Ooh. Lordy lord. Will they ever make Warhammers for mechs? Wait, what are you talking about? Warhammers are mechs! Or you mean giant hammers that mechs can wield? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, yes, we are. Okay. What are the pegs for? So, the pegs are what would in real life be known as bollards, which are there often to stop vehicles from running off of roads. That would be within the context of Trinity City itself. What they are in the context of reality and the mechanics of tabletop terrain, they are there. I'll just show you, because I can. It's this way on all my roads. But those little pegs, which have a little bit of fluff on top of them from the printing process, but that just comes right off. And I'll use one of these gears to demonstrate, because they're flat across the bottom. But you see how the road itself is raised from the level of the concrete, and that's so that I can have all this raised texture on it. And then the bollards provide another point so that if you've got a hex-based mech and he wants to stand on a hex, without those, he would wobble off to the side, a little bit like this. With them, he will just stand perfectly stable. And this is something that is carried forward into all of the Hextech terrain. Everything that I make, you will find that flat-based models can stand stable in every single hex. Except maybe this one just a little bit. But that's like by 1 millimeter, so you got a little bit of a tilt there. But this one would be much, much greater, because that's like 2 millimeters up. Every hex is the same, except this one. Alright, where was I? More lightning bolts. That looks pretty good, I think. Come in with some wolf gray and touch that up in a few spots to make it brighter. You don't want the highlights in the wolf gray to be perfectly even or along the entire length of it, because you kind of want the lightning bolt to have different, variable levels of light along its length, some little highlight points. I think that makes it look more natural. There. Yeah? How's that look? I don't know if I'm going to do them this dense across the rest of it. This shoulder might be the densest area of lightning bolts. I really should binary. Believe me, I say that. Okay, you know what's stopping me right now, Binary Shield? I have a cellar that I need to turn into a little micro brewery. And I need to repair the concrete stairwell, and I need to repair the door, because the cellar has had no maintenance done to it in, like, 30 years. Like, none. Once that's done, I will have the space to devote to just putting some carboys down there and forgetting about them for an extended period of time. Leave the bolts for the shoulder only. Speaking on that, you should start an apiary. Binary Shield, why don't you just move up here and let's do that together, man? I don't know. I don't know about just on the shoulder. I kind of like the idea of having a few coming out and across this area. I mean, I guess I could. You know, I'm going to ask for Vergaderung, because this is his mech, and I wish he was here. But he's apparently got things to do. But I do want to ask for Vergaderung specifically about that before I do anything of the sort. I am going to go ahead and do a little bit of highlighting, or rather a little bit of base coating on the PPCs, because I want to use the same colors of blue I use for the lightning bolts. And I might as well do it now. Just glorb that right in there. It's good and thin. This will probably take a couple of coats because I didn't really bother to highlight them. I just kind of let them be what they were. That's fine, because I want them to be a fairly uniform blue before I start working up their highlights. Search your feelings. I want some Thunderhead brews. You know, I've had Thunderhead brews. We've done beer, we've done mead. Binary Shield has had some of my mead. Speaking of which, dude, we found the last bottle of that about a year and a half ago and drank it, and it was amazing. That same batch that we did, dude. It was incredible. But yes, Thunderhead brews are going to be a thing. The cellar is a summer project, and as soon as it's done, I plan to load up some carboys and start brewing down there. One of the cool things, guys, that cellar is directly beneath my game room, and I'm thinking what I'm going to do is just put a piece of conduit going from the cellar up to the game room and install a tap. Doesn't that sound cool? How cool does that sound? Having a game room with a 4x8 foot table, right? And then a few feet away, there's a tap coming up from the cellar beneath, where there is a keg that is kept cellar cool. It is your idea, Hathrir. I'm still claiming it, though. Is that not just awesome, though? $5 gallons of beer every week for the last year or so. Woo! I'll just take some of yours. Holy moly. Binary Shield, you do so much, man. You are a massive inspiration to me. Just in life. You work so hard, and you have... I don't want to out your personal life, but your family is a massive inspiration. Everything that you have done for your young ones is just so heartwarming. You warm my cold, dead heart with that family of yours, man. Same thing for Skomat. You guys are... I don't have that many friends who are like family men, you know? Because I'm not particularly one. But you guys in particular are inspiring as all hell. A good dad is hard to come by, in my opinion. Somehow manages to work into the point of the lore somewhere. Might have Thunderhead mead is a... Dude, Samare, feel free. That's hilarious. I would be honored if you felt like working that anywhere in. Like, yeah. That would be a huge honor to me. I can't even, like... I feel silly saying, yeah, that's okay, because I should be saying thank you for even thinking of it. And Thunderhead mead is a fairly real thing that has existed. I wasn't using the name Thunderhead at the time, but as soon as somebody said it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's really obvious. I need to make a label for that and everything. I bought both the starter and regular box of the Battletech reboot. How many minis is that? About 10? I think that's about 10. Isn't it? I think there's 8 in the box, and then there's 2 in the starter box. I think that's right. LAX 16D. Is that right? LAX 16D? LAX 16D? Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. I'm just going to hit these guys a couple more times and then maybe do a little bit of highlighting on them. I'm going to hold off on... Now that we've established that I can do the lightning bolts and that they look good, I do want to get an opinion from Vergaderung before I continue them across the rest of the mech. So I'm going to focus on doing these PPC shots for the moment. Mostly covering up the purple that's already on. 10 total, yeah. Waffles! Tab out of a game to that pun. I'm out. Good to see you, Waffles. How are things, man? Would you like a beer? Yes. Binary Shield, would I like one of the beers that you... Yes. Yes, I would. Very much so. I'm afraid, though, it's going to have to be hand-delivered. You're going to have to get your butt out here. 30 seconds and I can curse again. Really, I just want you to visit. That's all I really want, man. I mean, I want the beer, too. But I'd also like... At some point, we should get you all out here. When you've got time. You guys are so busy. You do so much. One more quick coat, and I will have covered up the purple. So much purple. I used those Dr. P.H. Martin's inks to establish my purple base tones on this, by the way, you guys. I do need to... Someone suggested I should do a video on how I start my mechs, because I really do the same thing every single time, and I think that's a good idea. I think that is a fantastic idea, because I did the same thing that I do to every mech on this guy, and then I came in with the Dr. P.H. Martin's violet and magenta, and that's how I got this tone. Oh, Coral. Oh, Coral. Alright. We're doing it. This is the last one. It's the last one! Of course, the one that we just did lasted over an hour. Somehow. Since I'm painting my catapult and awesome first, do you and chat have any tips, advice, strategies for using them as a team? Probably paint the Thunderbolt and Battlemaster next to give more advice for my starting lands. So, the catapult is, in my opinion, and chat, please feel free to chime in, because I'm sure there are those among you who have a much better strategic grasp of Battletech than I do. When I play Battletech, I play mostly for fun, and I play things that I enjoy over things that are necessarily any good, and I make a lot of foolish decisions. I favor things like Shadowhawks, which are objectively kind of poopy. Because I'm a fan of, like, Fang of the Sun Dougram. I will say, though, about catapults that they are a little deceptive. You look at the basic catapult, and you want to say to yourself, well, this is a long-distance mech. And you're not wrong, those LRMs can hit people a long way away. But the catapult also has 4 medium lasers. And those 4 medium lasers are nothing to sniff at. It is a surprisingly potent medium-range brawler, particularly with jump jets. Don't discount the catapult at medium range. What am I going for? I am looking for my base color for the cockpit. I want to go ahead and put that on, because I'm going to be doing a gold color for the cockpit. What did I say, oh Coral? Is that deal back? $15? Yeah, it seems to come and go, Matt. A lot of people have been talking about it, the $15 deal. Oh, that was the original Rosetta. I'm sorry. I get, chat. Chat throws me sometimes. It's a lot to keep up with. My job is hard, you guys. Feel sympathy for me. It's not. It really isn't. This isn't even a job. Oh, I hate this cockpit. Don't worry about highlighting struts and such around it after I get the rest of it done. A basic tip for painting minis, and it particularly applies to Battletech, you guys. Oh my gosh, hang on. That's atrocious. That is an atrocity, and I need to undo that. A tip that definitely applies to painting battle mechs, for those of you who may not have heard this yet. Start at the lowest, deepest points of the model, and work your way out. This does require a little bit of planning, but it is worth it to put that planning in. Because it is much easier to paint the deepest points of the model before you've painted the outer parts, because in painting the deepest parts, you're going to get paint on the outer parts by accident. It's just going to happen. Are there expert painters who can not do that? I mean, sure, there are, but don't plan on being them, because they've been doing this for like 20 years. They know what works and they know what doesn't, and they have incredible brush control. For all of us normal, mortal humans, start deep, work out. The armor's solid too. Yeah, the catapult, honestly, I think is a deceptive mech. It's very much a medium-range brawler. At least it's good at it. That's a good point. An axeman. Just having somebody with some solid melee hanging around to make people... people underestimate melee in Battletech, in my opinion. It's my favorite range to be at. And my favorite attacks to make. Don't forget to kick. Kicks are dang near free on a lot of mechs. And yeah, you run the risk of falling over if you miss, but they're also really easy rolls to make, and they do a lot of damage. Now the awesome paired with the... See, I would think that... It seems counterintuitive, but the awesome is more of a long-ranged mech than the catapult is, because the awesome really only has PPCs. Yeah, he has a small laser. Right there in his head. This little thing above his head, that's a small laser. I forget it's there. Because why would you use it? Like, I have 3 PPCs or a small laser. Probably just forget about that. Information is ammunition. They made one mistake. They attacked my home planet. You sounds like you got good kids, Wilhelm. I mean, you know, based on that one singular data point. Yeah, the awesome can also punch you. This is true, but the PPCs are definitely where the fun is. And PPCs do have a minimum range, and you do want to try to keep them in that bracket. Now, personally, when I play Classic Battletech, I use a number of house rules. One of which is having range penalties, because the alternative is games take flippin' forever. So I'm a little more tempted to use things like the awesome at close range, or, you know, people out of their normal range brackets. They still don't hit very often, but they get fewer this shot is impossible moments. A little bit more. A little bit more. I really don't like painting the cockpits on Awesomes and Thunderbolts. I really don't, but it needs to be done. And unfortunately, the artists, when they were designing this, were not thinking, what does Thunderhead like to paint? I know, they should have been, but they weren't. I'll get a little bit of a jeweling effect done on him, but not much. Not much of one, I gotta say. Oh, Coral, you're out. Catch us on Tuesday. Awesome for being here. Awesome for being... What the heck? Heck? It's not a curse. Did I just say? Oh, Coral, it's been awesome having you here. That's the sentence. Thanks so much for being here, man. I will see you on Tuesday. Twin Goss LRM-40 quad on the high ground with partial cover. I guess I'm a turret now. To be fair, Kursala, your Orion's cockpit is much easier to paint, and we're going to be doing that here pretty soon. Just don't make me do more lightning bolts, that's all I ask. Ow! Okay. Just a mistake, don't worry, I'm fixing it. Alright, that'll do for now. Come in here and do a little bit of highlight work on these PPC shots. Just a little bit. Just to start moving them in a direction. Ah, I still can't curse. Why do I do this to myself? It's a terrible idea. Words, that's what you... It was indeed English. They were English words. This is accurate. How are you going to jewel this thing? With great difficulty. Great difficulty. Binary Shield, you taking off, man? Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you stop in again, my man. It's always a pleasure to see you. Must have a requisite hour, but I mean, to be fair, it's my own fault that the first one lasted as long as it did, chat. Here's the thing, guys. If I really was that annoyed by the family-friendly timer, I would not do it. I'm not afraid to simply say, I don't feel like doing this, and just not do it. You're never really gonna irritate me that much, so I wouldn't worry about it. I'm comfortable being straight with you guys. If there's a day where I'm like, nope, I'm going to be cursing today, and I don't want to deal with it at all, I'll just turn it off before the stream. Or if I forget to turn it off before the stream and you redeem it, I'll just say something like, I don't feel like doing that today, and I just won't do it. We're all adults. Well, presumably. We're somewhat adults. We're adult-like in many ways. It is WJ. Well, I don't know if I want to say it's to prepare myself for a larger viewer base. It is to ensure that my growth is not inhibited by something as stupid as my tendency to curse. To ensure that I don't curse without meaning to. Because, and I think I said this when I put it on, it's not that I have a problem with cursing. Obviously I don't. I do it constantly, and frankly, I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it creatively. But there are times where I say things, and I look back on it, and I realize, like, I just started cursing without thinking about it. I'd rather think about it, that's all. Think of it as a mindfulness exercise. Mindfulness is pretty interesting. I think it's something that everybody should engage in to some degree for personal growth. Just being aware of what you say and what you think. That's not to say don't say these things, don't think these things. Just be aware of it. I don't like to do things by accident. Yes, WJ, the AWS-9Q. Gonna head out. Mr. Redbird, thank you so much for being here, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. I am sorry that freaking ThunderCon 2020 pretty much got nixed thanks to the rise of the plague. But as far as I'm concerned, we're on for ThunderCon 2021, man. So keep your eyes open, keep your ear to the ground, keep your nose to the grindstone, keep your pants on. I don't know, some other sayings like that. But hopefully we'll see you up here in 2021, and we'll have a nice, long weekend of playing games, geeking out, and getting drunk with the buds. Who knows, I may even con you to being on a stream or something. I'm like that sometimes. Excuse me. Streaming thoughts with Thunderhead. Oh! Stop that. Alright, coming in here, putting a few more highlights on the PPC bolts. Some more textured highlights, I'm thinking. This may get a little bit of ghost white on the actual PPC bolts, because they should probably be brighter than the painted lightning bolts. So there may be one final round of highlights on it. Since these are, you know, supposed to be actual, effectively bolts of lightning being shot out of a cannon. It's not SCOMAT. This is one nice thing about living where I live, is isolating is really easy. If I wind up with the Rona, I will be able to point to a specific moment that it happened. Because my contact with the outside world is very limited, if I want it to be, which I do. But that has nothing to do with lockdown procedures. That has everything to do with the fact that I loathe human contact, so... You know, there you go. Just want to do this teeny little bit here. There we go. That looks pretty good. A little bit here. Don't want to overdo this. Don't want to overdo it, though I probably will anyway. Go. The bridge is yours, number one. Cat! Cat! Thank you so much for being here. You going off to get something to eat? Dinner time for you. Yep. Chat, could we go ahead and get a good night for our mod extraordinaire, Cat Ion? I know that I do this every time, but I'm gonna do it every time, so you better get used to it. Kat is an amazing mod. She is incredibly helpful. She makes so much of the stream possible. She has provided so many things to the stream.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
And she'll bap you, also that. Kat, thank you again for being here. I hope to see you again on Tuesday. We're gonna be getting into the storm report here in about 15 to 20 minutes. Might go a little bit early. I don't know. We'll see. If you are new to the stream and you're not familiar with the concept of this mysterious storm report that's coming up, It's pretty simple. It's an audience creativity share section. And if you yourself are a creative, if you paint models, if you're a photographer, if you do cross-stitch, if you do really anything that you feel like sharing at all, and I encourage you to share, even if you don't, if you want to share but maybe you're a little bit nervous about sharing with people, man, do I ever know that. Do I ever know that mindset? I really do. But I would encourage you to share anyway, because I feel that sharing helps my art, and it may very well help yours. I would love it if you felt like sharing with us. And if you do, hop over into the Discord, go into the Storm Report channel, and post some pictures, ideally no more than 3, of anything you've been working on that you would like people to see. And here, towards the end of the stream, we will take a look at it. We'll kind of go through the whole channel. It's a good time. I always enjoy doing it, and people really seem to get a lot out of it. What am I missing? Ooh, thank you so much. There we go. These PPC bolts are kind of starting to come together, huh? You get the idea. I'm going to do one more round of highlights on them. Okay, now she's leaving for real, and now the mice can play, as they say. Pull over my tea. Let that steep for a bit. That'll be my rolling into the Storm Report tea. Alright, not Wolf Gray. I'm going to use Ghost Gray? Yeah, I want to use Ghost Gray. It's just a little lighter. No, they won't, because the fox is still here. Foxes and cats, how did this even happen? They will not play. There will be no playing. Really, guys, I've just kind of lucked into having a couple of really good mods. They've saved me from having to deal with not really that much. The community's been really good. You guys don't need that much moderation. More than anything, Dark Fox and Cat, you guys just help me to run everything more smoothly and appear more professional. That's what I get out of it. Doing shoutouts, banning the occasional bot, and keeping me from looking too stupid. Good news is that Alpha Strike used the same pick for the 10KM they used for the regular Awesome, so proxying that isn't an issue. But then again, the box set used the same cat pick for the plain cat and the K2. Yeah, it depends on, I mean, that's the thing. Battletech has a long history of just proxying, you know? And really not worrying about what you see is what you get. It's one of those things where there are some games where if you don't use WYSIWYG, players might look at you a little funny because it's kind of expected. In 40k, you can find groups of players who are really, really into WYSIWYG. But for the most part, in Battletech, people don't care. They're like, yeah, I know. Like, you don't even have to use miniatures. If you're using paper standees, we're pretty happy. If you're using cardboard standees, you're just extra fancy. Looking decent. I never quite know how to highlight all these crazy coruscating beams of energy wrapping around one another, but I feel like this is coming together decently.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Just don't do it. I understand the urge. You know, I'm on the internet too. Every single person who messages me, I have that moment that we all have where I go, does this person want to see my junk? Do they? They could. But you have to fight through it. And not show them. What? Headshot. Bringing down the biddies. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. How about some bits? How about them bits? They're nice bits. They're freaking robo bits. I almost just cursed again. I've only got like 7 minutes left. What is it? I'm gonna play my favorite clip for you. My favorite. There's a 50-50 shot. I'll bet that you guys will guess my favorite clip of the ones that I have on my board. Chat, what's my favorite clip? What's the favorite? I'll bet you know. I suspected that might be the answer, but Dark Fox actually did get it. It is my favorite. Don't get me wrong. Chainsaw Junk is among my favorites, and it certainly makes me laugh. But Elbow Rocket is just too good, man. It's the one that fills me with the most honest, childlike elation when I watch it every single time. I love that movie. I really do. I watched that movie in its entirety while I sat there and finished the modeling for these arms that I'm painting now. Whole stinking thing. Don't regret a second of it. But then I never do. Whoa! Bits for the PPC? Holy moly, a headshot. Thank you so much, man. You gotta get those bits to charge the PPC up. I think that's actually there was a little bit of a misspelling in the initial manufacturer's catalog. It's actually a BPC, which is a bit projection cannon. It fires biddies. Pure biddies. I don't think that's really a thing. Headshot, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like the effects as they're coming together. I've been a little unsure about them myself. I've only painted one of these PPC weapon effects before, so I wasn't totally sure if I wanted to approach it the same way. But I've wound up doing that, and I think they've come together pretty well. I think I may want to do a little bit of OSL just to help sell them. I don't know. We'll see. I do need to go ahead and highlight the actual non-firing cannons, though, I realize. And I kind of like the lightning bolts on the armor, which we're going to get more of, so you can kind of see the lightning bolts and the PPC shots at the same time from this side. And I do want to consult with Vergaderung before I continue with the lightning bolts, just so that we're in agreement for where they're going to go, because this is a redemption for him. But the repeated colors, the colors for the lightning bolts and the colors for the PPC shots are the same, with the notable exception that the PPC shots take the highlights just a little bit higher, because they're, supposed to be actual lightning firing. But I think that they complement one another really well. Like, from that angle, I'm like, so far with the paint job as it is, that's my golden angle right there. Look at that. That looks pretty nice, in my opinion. Object source lighting, yes. WJ. It is lighting effects painted onto a Mini to imply that something on the Mini is glowing and projecting light. It helps to sell a visual effect. In this case, what it would manifest as, if I do it, I don't know, we'll see, is like on these armor plates here, around the base of this weapon, and then back here, you would have little bits of blue being cast back and caught by the armor plates. Because these would be glowing quite brightly, I should think. I try to avoid OSL a lot of the... Like, okay, it's not... I don't, like, hate OSL. I don't... Not like people who do OSL are stupid. I feel like it gets overdone a lot of the time. And I'm not very good at it, so it's important that I pretend like I don't like it for artistic reasons, rather than not liking it because I can't do it, because I feel like that makes me sound more competent. No, I've done some decent OSL, but... I don't want it to overwhelm the model is all. We'll probably do some. Next stream where I paint this guy, we'll probably go ahead and do a little bit of OSL. So far, these redemptions have each gotten about 2 streams each. Them's fighting words. You don't. You just fire them, and, you know, sweat it off. Chaotic Harmony makes my PPC discharge. You may want to seek medical attention for that. That sounds, like you may have a problem, Chaotic Harmony. One more quick touch of highlighting on these, and then I think we're going to pop over to the storm report and see what we've got for today, guys. Because it's about that time. Oof, brush tip is not wanting to stay together right now. Alright. I think that's going to do us for today. I think we have made remarkable progress on this mech. I think we've crossed the threshold where I had my doubts about the paint job. There's still a fair amount of work to be done. Good amount of highlighting. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to do as much edge highlighting on... Oh, I see a spot where I forgot to do some work. That's okay. We'll come back to it. I don't think I'm going to do as much edge highlighting on this one. I think I'm going to let the lightning bolts kind of carry a lot of this forward. Last drop, 200 bits. 200 bits. Headshot. Thank you so much, man. That's like 1,000 bits. Is my math right? It seems about right. Yeah. That you've dropped today, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, this has come out nice. Right? 1,000 biddies. That's it's not nothing. I really appreciate it, Headshot. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream enough to want to support it like that, man. But here's our last look at the awesome for today. What do you think? Honest opinions, guys. If there's something about this that you don't like, feel free to let me know. I'll probably... I mean, I'm unlikely to change the paint job based on one person saying they don't like it. That's not something that's really at risk, but, you know, if I missed something, or if there's something you think I could do better, you're always welcome to let me know. Again, I may ignore you. I probably will ignore you. but I'd like to hear it anyway. It'll look good once we get the cockpit. Oh, the cockpit is going to be a pain to jewel. Ugh, but we're going to do it anyway. Pew, pew, pew. And once we get the lightning bolts kind of across the shoulders and on both sides, I think it's really going to pop. Because again, this right now is the golden angle where you got the lightning bolts and the PPC shots at the same time. Ka-choom. Sure, that's an onomatopoeia, right? Alright, let me close up my wet palette here. I try to do jeweling even on the teeny tiny cockpits. You can still get the effect, and I am going to do it some air. It's just going to be real tight. My brushes in order here so that I remember to clean the ones that I used today. By the way, just my reminder, both to you and to myself, clean your brushes after every paint session. Also, probably don't gesture wildly with hooked X-Acto blades near your face. Maybe. Don't do that. Stop it. How am I still alive? Means I'm more lazy than you are. I win it. Shit. I can curse now, by the way. That timer's over. Honestly, some of the best advice I've ever received as far as painting goes, truthfully, was from Greg the Salt Miner when he told me, you know, man, paint sloppy. Just do it. Just paint sloppy. Don't worry about all the little crap. Don't worry about that little thing that you missed with your brush that one. Just paint sloppy, but paint. Just get it done. And the number of models that I was painting went up sharply, and my quality increased when I took that advice. Just paint sloppy, guys. Maybe I'll integrate that as like a saying. I don't know. We should make a shortcut to Michael Jordan saying, "Stop it, get some help." You know, that really is an inspirational moment, to be fair. It's something that a lot of people need to hear sometimes. Stop it, get some help. Let me get my paints back in order here. I know this is probably the most entertaining part of the stream, the part when I'm just sort of stuffing paints into holes. Ugh. I really shouldn't hand catacomedy clips like that. Where do you go? You go here. You go here. Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you. Exclamation point. Sloppy. There you go. Mrs. Steiner Miniatures. And this is our current golden angle, I think, meaning the angle at which everything kind of looks the best because you get the limited lightning bolts we've done along with the PPC shots coming out. We're going to do more lightning bolts. I just want to make sure I do them in the right place is all. I want to call this mech Stormbringer. I really do, just as a name. Because it's a storm chaser, it's part of the Merc Company, but it also seems to carry a lightning storm with it. I mean, holy crap. It's so many PPCs. Alright. Ruined! Guys, let's go take a look at the storm report. Or rather, let's ask Kat what we should do, shall we?
Get ready to feast your eyes on colored paint and wet palettes with the occasional nom-nom thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Did that go? It didn't go for me. Farts. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that intro to the Storm Report played, because I didn't hear it, and I gotta work out my sound. But it's awesome of Kat to record, and oh, she did. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm a little sad Kat wasn't here to hear it. But that's okay. Let's pop over to the Storm Report and see what you guys have been posting while we've been painting. And also a bit before we've been painting. And as it turns out, we're starting with Chaotic Harmony's weekly trolling session. Maybe it's not trolling. Maybe it's something amazing. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It seems to have engendered some negative feelings from some people, and it's called Cat Be Gone. Am I going to regret this? It's amazing, I'll have you know. Legitimate lore question, do the clans have Wolverine mechs? They got rid of and or renamed. So they had Wolverine 2Cs. I'm pretty sure there's at least one specific instance of clanners using Wolverines, but I'm not as well versed in the expanded lore as a lot of people. Wolverine 2C is the Conjurer. That's what I thought. Like, it's called the Conjurer, but it's like it was the Wolverine 2C. Yeah, Hellhound / Conjurers. That's what I thought. I knew that it had a different name because there isn't like a Wolverine 2C, but there's also a mech that's recognized as it's basically the Wolverine 2C, and that would be the one. Okay, let's have a listen and see what we're getting into.
Does your crew keep bringing cats aboard your Argo? Tired of hearing them call you a monster when you send them right out the airlock? Well, we here at Pest Control Services Incorporated have a humane and easy solution. With our new product, Cat Be Gone, all of your problems will disappear as if by magic. The trick is simple. Just replace the topmost cans of tuna in your cook stocks whenever you suspect there might be another furry infestation aboard your ship. And in about a week, those cats will have mysteriously turned into corpses instead. Now you can clean out your ship with little to no name calling.
What
is not safe for human consumption. We assume no moral responsibility for how this product is used.
It's just poison. It's chaotic. In 36.2, there's an event where you're given the option to keep cats or airlock them. Play the beginning again. Did I miss something? I'll play the beginning. Okay.
Does your crew...
Oh, that's the cat being blasted out the airlock. I see. I gotcha. I'm glad the cat wasn't here to hear this. I feel like she might have been affronted. You are a terrible person, Chaotic Harmony. But really, I feel like that's probably why you fit in so well here. So, we're gonna roll with it. Huh. Good lord. Cat Be Gone. You're gonna have quite a library of this by the time, I don't know, by the time you become too famous to post in the Storm Report with your big deal voice acting gigs that you're getting these days. You might have gotten the bat for that one. It's true. All right, let's see what we got. Roland sharing some of his Crucis Lancers with us. You've really got a good number together, and it looks like you got a Tarmac King worked in there now. That's a good-looking force. Woof. It's always such a pleasure when you get these many put together to just line them up and take a picture and be like, yeah, I did all that. Yeah. And this is a case of, I'm so glad that Roland has been as inspired by the stream as he has to pick up and continue painting again. 17 Crucis Lancers mechs, 4 Crater Cobras. That would be these teal boys up on the upper left, the Baja Blasters, if you will. Looking fantastic, Roland. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. And we got some freshies ready to get some paint on them and join the parade. Looks like a whole bunch of metal, man. Woof! Get some super glue on those bad boys. Vergaderung, what have you been doing? Sculpted exhaust you made for Ion's Wraith. Ion Raptor, by the way, is a fantastic sculptor who has made a number of really, really good battle mechs that you can print. WJ, what you're talking about is the Tarmac King, which is available from Steel Core Collectibles. I always want to say something other than Collectibles at the end there, but I'm pretty sure it's Steel Core Collectibles. Yeah, Cybern Knights. He runs that. Metal Core Collectibles, thank you very much. Yeah, it's I have one. Where do I have it? I have it right here. And of course my camera isn't set up so that I can show this to you right now. But I'm gonna show it to you briefly. We're gonna go backwards, even though going backwards is dead. We're gonna play all the clips at once. Stop doing that. Stop it. Tarmac King. From Steel Core Collectibles. And you can assemble it like this, and then the bridge piece actually has a hinge to it, so you can slot it in there to carry, and then you can pop it out, unfold it, and set it across something. And it's strong enough for you to put a mech on top of and walk across. It's a very well-made mini. I recommend anything from Steel Core Collectibles if you like the look of them at all. Did it really? I am so sorry about that. It plays all the clips that I played all at once if I don't turn them off. This is why we don't go backwards. Going backwards is death. You see? That was death. Stagnation. Boom. Let's get back over into this. also Vergaderung, who isn't here, I note. He did the pretty amazing exhaust for the Actually, he sculpted the entirety of it. Why am I saying he just did the exhaust? He did an amazing Oscout based on some art from CGL that was riding a plume up into the air, and it looks like he has taken some notes on how to do a better job, because this looks really good. It's a lot smoother than his first attempt. It's got some more texture to the actual jets coming out of it. That's really nice. It's a terrible sentence, by the way. It's got some texture to the jets coming out of it. What I mean to say is that the plumes, the primary plumes, not the billowing smoke beneath, have more texture to them, whereas on his first run, they were a bit just like smooth cones. But he has obviously been growing as a sculptor. This looks fantastic. I can't wait to see it painted, Vergaderung. I'm going to have to print one of these out for myself, my man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Kursala built a kid-sized picnic table because why not? Note, this is made entirely from scrapped wood and leftover screws and bolts. I respect your DIY, sir. That's really cool. You do a surprising amount of woodwork. You make me feel like I need to be outside swinging an axe like Captain America more often. I say often because I want it to sound like I do that ever, but I don't really. That's just not who I am. Might I recommend a streamer to raid? Guy does Warhammer, but he's pretty cool to hang out with. I mean, you can make a recommendation. I'm going to take a look at who's available towards the end, and we'll make a decision at that point. That's really cool, Kursala. Thank you very much for sharing. Chaotic Harmony, what the... What? What? Why? What's happening? Why? What? Okay. Well, that's a thing. That's a thing that somebody did for some reason, certainly. I can say that definitively. It is definitely something that exists. Thank you so much for sharing, Chaotic. At least he's living up to his name. It's not harmonious, but it is chaotic. Good God. Roland, something other than mechs. Are these yours, Roland? I ask because this doesn't look like your painting area that you usually take pictures in. Hold up, is this from that Disney movie that I haven't seen? I feel like it is. Your friend Tim. Oh, it's for Frostgrave, and it's the characters from Frozen? That's pretty cool. I can dig that. Frostgrave is a fun game. I haven't gotten any games of it in like, well over a year, but it's a really good time. Oh yeah, it says it right. I should really read the captions at some point, you guys. Kursala started 2 more tables today. Only stopped because I ran out of screws. God, you do so much more work than I do. Kursala, stop it. You're making me look bad. You're making me feel bad anyway. Really good work, man. I love that you're repurposing all this wood that you've had around. Hey, we've got the same mower. I say that like that's significant, but everybody owns a John Deere, honestly. Not everybody, but a lot of people, clearly. That looks really good, man. Ran out of screws. I got plenty of old screws, if you need them. I've been sitting out here for years and years. A thought, just a thought, for a potential future stream, or just a project that occurred to me because of the fact that it's sorta in keeping with the Thunderhead Studio mechs, and the Archer known as Tempest Fury. Lower body would be royal blue color. This would require 3D modeling work that I personally have no capability to really do, namely the shoulder missile racks. I have no idea who all to poke with this. Purely a passing thought that occurred to me that could be fun. I like passing thoughts. Holy moly. I love the look of it. It's just an Archer it's extra. It's an Archer dialed up to 11. Look at this beast. I like it. I like the bulked up shoulders too. It's very clearly based on the MWO redesign, which is a fantastic one. But yeah, they're just taken to an extreme. I don't know. That could happen. There are a number of sculptors right here in the stream who are more than capable of making something like this happen. A thick Archer. Look at that Archer. Damn LRMs, baby. I like the idea. I really do. Vulture. Oh, hang on. Something I haven't shown off very often, but a piece that my brother did years and years ago when GW pissed him off by removing the character type from Warhammer that he'd spent years building up a custom army for. You know, that happened to me a couple of times, too. I built up a huge custom army, and then they're like, we changed the rules. You can't take that anymore. I'm like, it's just... Anyway. When he looked to get back into Warhammer after a long hiatus, this Vulture was what he used to teach me how to do custom posing with. As a result, I've come to love doing custom poses with a lot of my miniatures. That's a really cool story. And look at that. I've got a number of minis that I hold on to as reminders of things like this as well. That's really cool, though. I like how you slotted it down into a piece of scenery. That's very clever. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Samir. Just trying to build a tavern out of cardboard. The wrong lemming. Well, I can see where you're going with it. You got the grid laid out, you got some tables, you got some chairs. Looks like you got 2 levels, you got some stairs going on. Hey man, this does the job. It wouldn't even take that much texturing to bring this together. Put on some shingles or something like that, maybe add on some foam and carve it up. This could look really good. Hey, Verg's here. Slept through your... Yeah, a likely story. A likely story for Gotta-Run. Okay. Well, thanks for showing up, man. 15mm voluntarily recruited. Definitely not levies, right? They look really good. You've chosen some good colors. I like the flocking on the base. It's well done for the scale. Simple and effective. Good highlights on the weapons. All in all, a really good job. I like how we got a couple of pole axes in this one. Some dudes with some fairly classic flails and pitchforks. Those would have been like farming implement flails. I love them on the two-handed, the long sticks like that. The wooden pitchforks, that's a nice touch. Really good looking stuff, man. It's tricky to get faces that scale to look right, and it looks like you focused on the big details, sort of like the builders from Fraggle Rock, if that makes any sense. Amax! Amax! What are you doing? What are you doing, Amax? Subscribed for 4 months! Oh my god! How is that even possible? Oh! That's right, I put in a new gift for the raid, and it actually got to play. That's exciting as hell. I am entering you. Amax comes in with the raid, and she's just like, just lay back. Let it happen. Remember to breathe. They're called threshers. Yes, Kursala, thank you very much. I mean, they would still be called flails. They're grain threshers, and you would flail them at grain to knock the grain out of the agricultural term I can't think of. Think of England. Oh no, Amax, we're right in the middle of the storm report right now. Just looking at some viewer pictures after our painting session, kind of winding down. Thank you so much for popping over, everybody. If you're not familiar with the stream, we are primarily an art and painting stream, largely creative in nature. We paint a whole lot of mechs and Star Wars figures and anything robotic or dorky or... I mean, anything that in high school you probably got made fun of for being into, you know?
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Yeah, that's accurate. That's probably fair to say. Ah ha ha, dicks! He paints dicks! I do not paint dicks. I occasionally feature chainsaw dicks, yes, but I do not paint them. So far, I haven't painted any actual dicks on anything. I almost accidentally painted a dick on the last mech that I was doing. That didn't really happen. I have painted a butt or two. Yes, I have painted some butts. And I will not apologize for that. Thank you so much, Dark Fox, for giving a shout out to the Amax. By the way, guys, if you're looking for an entertaining variety streamer who likes to run around in dystopian cyberpunk nightmares strangling people with yo-yos, at least I think that's what was going on the last time I was watching her play Watch Dogs 2, go check out the Amax. She's a good time. She's fairly new, too. She's a good time. She's fairly new to streaming herself, as far as I know. I don't think you streamed before, did you? It's an 8-ball on a string. It looks like a fucking yo-yo. You can just deal with that. How does one accidentally paint a dick? Well, you're trying to replicate Babylon 5 Narn Shatter camo, and you're making up a bunch of shapes, and then you realize that you painted a dick and balls. That's how it happens. There's nothing to read into there. There's nothing to look any deeper into. Just let it go. Let's just move on.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Please just don't. Let's not do that. The storm report would end abruptly if we had dicks in it. Spear guys are in progress, but they have shields, and they take some time. Each of these is about 10 to 15 millimeters or 3/8 tall. I think that with figures of this scale, shields are where you should focus most of your efforts. With tiny scales like 15 down to 6 millimeters, there's definitely a question as a painter as far as how much time should I devote to each aspect of the model. Which effort is going to be rewarded the most by how good it looks on the table. And for 15 millimeter down to 6 millimeter medieval, the answer for me is the shields. Spend some time on the heraldry, use bright colors, do a couple of weathering effects. You've done a fantastic job on all of this heraldry, by the way. These are all, as far as I know, actual historical patterns that were used. What's the phrase for it? There's a phrase other than heraldry for what this is. It's a well-recognized art. It was very important at the time, and it was heavily legally regulated. Either way, really good job. All recognizable. I'd love to see a device or two worked in there. Why don't you freehand a tiny elephant? Or a lion rampant? Somewhere in there. No, it's junk in general, AMAX. No cash or prizes. They are coats of arms, but there's another phrase for it that I can't think of what it is right now. It's, it's heraldry in general. Really, really well detailed for the scale. But yes, I demand you paint a tiny little lion rampant. U.S. Army 1st Cav in there. Yeah, that's not surprising. That's, if not intentional, at least a fairly common device in field. Hethrir bringing us the Harbinger of Menoth to replace the one destroyed in... Oh, Shelfpocalypse. Oh, Shelfpocalypse. That hurts. You don't actually have to do that, Nanotanks. I'm just kidding. You madman. Hethrir, what is this? A photo for ants? Looks really good, though. Damn, that magenta really pops, doesn't it? Woof. You've gotten really good at doing that gold color, too, man. With the white. That sort of creamy off-white. You have such creamy paint jobs, Hethrir. So creamy. That looks really good, though, man. I like the magenta on the robes. I'd love to see some more angles of this one, honestly. Thanks for sharing. Papa Bear, not sure if I'm channeling my inner Tony Stark or Justin Hammer with all this. What are you doing? Cyber Knight, are you here? Cyber Knight, you need to answer for what you've done, sir. Look at what you've done to Papa Bear. I can't even... I'm appalled. I'm deeply disturbed by what I see, buddy. You've done... You know what you've done, sir. Really, though, all the variants are looking fucking great, man. I mean, I like options. I like having my options, too. I'm just saying a damn, that's all. And you're working in Blender, no less. You wanna teach me? You wanna teach me how to do Blender? Eventually, I'm gonna stop complaining about needing to learn Blender and actually make something in it, you guys. I swear, it's gonna happen. One day. Look at all the variants. You just mix and match your lasers and your ACs as much as you want, apparently. Holy crap. The overall model looks fantastic, Papa Bear. Yeah, see? You know exactly what you've done, sir. Cyber Knight and his plague of modularity. Ghastly, I've done another project without gluing my fingers together, and that, sir, is an accomplishment. Is this the Jeopard from Hardware Studios? I want to say this is the Jeopard. It looks like it has those hard edges of it. It's a great-looking model. Good job getting it assembled, man. Qui-Gon Winn. Here you go. Are they finished? Not the way I wanted them to be. I know that feeling. But I've reached the over these minis point, so they are done. Now, this is a point that I'll take 1 second to talk about because it's a point that I definitely hit. And I know this feeling of, is this model done? Is it really where I wanted it to be when I started? And the answer is often, no. But am I done painting it? Yes. it is important to recognize that point, and it is very, very important not to push yourself past it, because, well, you can push yourself past it if that's what you're trying to do, but it can also really wear you down. And I personally have gotten a lot of benefit from just recognizing, I'm done painting this mini, I'm gonna stop now. And often, you wind up with fantastic paint jobs like these. I mean, really. I love the pink dew, the pink flop there. The sort of red-brown and the highlighting on the lamellar that you've done, it really, really pops well, particularly at average viewing distance. Really good cloth work on the banner. All in all, a fantastically painted squad, man. Well done. Minis from God Tier by... God Tier or God Tear? I'm not sure. From Steamforged Games. Also going to exceed the upload count by 1, but Thunderhead isn't going to mind. How did you know? Oh, no. Look at this little crappy roommate. You know that this adorable little micro apex predator just thinks that he and or she owns the whole fucking world. Owns the whole house and owns everybody in it, and is not wrong. Amax, thank you so much for being here. You have a good night, have a good dinner. I'm sorry Kat wasn't here. She left for dinner shortly before you got here. Thank you for coming in. Thank you so much for the raid. Could we get one more shout out for Amax? And guys, could we wish a very good night to Amax? She is a good friend, and she has done a lot to support the stream. Oh, look at this. What is this cat's name? Currently trying to eat a fern. Oh. This is Valkyrie. Yes. Delightful. I wasn't even looking at the names. How embarrassing for me. You can just go ahead and, I know that you like to send me gummy bears from time to time, but just go ahead and pop her in the box next time. We got plenty of space for her. That's why you said trying to eat a fern. Hopefully not successfully. Hosting pets is absolutely welcome. It really is. Now, I realize that by inviting that, we're probably going to wind up with this being just kind of a pet review at a certain point, but if I'm being honest, I don't care. That would be just fine by me. Oh, I love cats, you guys. I really do. I love dogs, too. I like pets. I'm a big pet guy. Datron Voltari finally put paint... Hang on a second. I wanted to see... Yeah. Finally put paint on a mini for the first time in 10 years! For the first time in 10 years! That's amazing! Datron, that's so fucking exciting, man. And learned that my eyes have gotten a lot worse. Oh my god, do I ever feel that. Just started putting on a base coat and blocking colors, but I figured out I need to build a light arch and figure out a better magnifier. It really will help. It genuinely will. I like that you've printed yourself a mini holder. This is a good Warhammer to start on, too. This whole mini is fantastic. This one done by Blar and Ion Raptor, really good stuff. I like where you're going with it, kind of a Black Widow look. Thank you so much for sharing, Datron. I look forward to seeing you continue to paint, man. It's all about doing just a little bit at a time and keeping going. Day after day. Absolutely not chaotic. No. No. Not for Valkyrie. You sick man. We could do another channel for pets and slip in a little bit of something at the end of the Storm Report. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I like seeing your pets. What can I say? Sure, why not? Slowly running out of clamps. It's going together a lot better than it did with elastics. Yeah, I believe that. For MDF, because you do need to hold everything in place while you're gluing it. I'm still not clear on where all this MDF is coming from. You have so much of it. Samare, this sort of becomes a third and fourth item, but they're a package, and you've seen the first one before. Ooh, that's what she said. Wait, did she? I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Let's just carry on. The reference for something I built is a kit bash for a friend. The reference art for the Bloodbath. I just remembered that I have tea, and I remembered it because I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. Excuse me. A heavily modified Assault Class Mortis prototype designed for the Blackwood Templars in association with Operation Lancaster by Matt Plug. Ooh, I like this guy. I like him a lot. Guys, I'm a sucker for the humanoid and melee-oriented mechs. I really am. But then, my love of mecha really... It originates partially in Battletech, but it originates largely in Dougram Gundam and Robotech, and so I'm very, very partial to the more humanoid designs. And look at that big, dag, nasty pick. Holy hell, that thing would annihilate a mech. It would just go right through you. You'd have a hell of a time getting it back out, but I don't think it would matter much when there's a hole that big in your enemy. Fantastic looking art, as always, by Plug. Thank you so much for sharing. And here's my attempt to replicate it for my friend as a 23-piece kit bash. I don't know that it'll play. If I click on it, I don't know that it will actually play in the screen. Oh well. Let's turn the volume down. I'm gonna try to go full screen. I don't know if it's actually gonna go full screen. You tell me. 23-piece. Well, you did a good job. Good paint job, too. Not sure what you did for the pick, but you definitely got the overall shape down. Big, nasty red arm. I like the shape of the head, too. Did that play in full screen? It worked? Okay. Yeah, that's not surprising, because the way I have the overlay arranged is so that you're only getting part of the screen, so that when the pictures come up, they fill most of the screen. So when I go actually full screen, it, crops out a bit. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing with us in there. As always, I always love your stuff, man. I was about 50% finished with the flats of the model. I was growing more and more impatient with my cheap-ass paints. Got so flustered, I scrubbed the paint off with some awesome, and I will be re-priming after doing some sanding. Reveal that Cat Ionic has ordered a collection of Reaper paints for me. Yeah, we were talking about that. So I'm waiting for those to arrive, and we'll use those to paint the model. Cat is so... she's very generous. She's done so much for this stream. She's really a great person. I'm lucky to have her around. Tabletop quality will not suffice. This model's very special to me. Don't drive yourself crazy, Dark Fox. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Truly, don't. Since Commissar Elusive just joined, I can reveal that he's the one who designed and printed it. Commissar Elusive. Very well done. It's a good-looking model. Let's have a look. And this is based on artwork that Project Dark Fox did. I look forward to seeing the second paint job go down, man. And what is this from, Shavio? My very first mini. Really? This is your first? I'll tell you right off the bat, your brush control is much better than mine was for my first mini. A whole lot better. Some good color choices in there. The green is interesting, next to the yellow and the purple, like that. But it definitely breaks up the, kind of puts a wall between that cold skin and the fiery beard. That's an interesting mini to paint for your first time, and man, as your first mini, freaking good job. Nice work on the musculature, too. It looks like you probably utilized some dry brushing. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You absolutely should. I mean, I'm saying, my first mini that I painted, I didn't know what dry brushing was. Like at all. Fire Giant from D&D. Alright, alright. Well, thank you so much for sharing with us your very first mini. I hope it's not your last. And I hope that you continue to share with us, man. I love when talented artists come in here and share the really good stuff that they do. I love that. Don't let what I'm about to say convince you otherwise. But my favorite thing are when people who are just getting started come in and post their first steps, and I get to kind of watch them grow. Because then I can poke down at them and make fun of them and say that I'm better than them. No, that's not really... I don't do that! Come on! You guys know me better than that. No, really, though. I love it. I really, really do. In the same way that I love getting to see sketch work turn into final products. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing, really. And I hope that you continue to. Learning to share your artwork, it weirdly, it's kind of a skill that you have to work on. It's not something that comes naturally. At least it didn't. It didn't come naturally to me. It's something that I've had to kind of teach myself. And if this can be an avenue for you to kind of learn to be more confident in sharing your work, I want it to be that for you. Wilhelm Kingspeak.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Yeah, that's about right, really. This is that Wazdaka gent you were talking about working on, eh, man? Good. Yellow. Yellow is tricky, but that looks like it went down really, really well. Nice rust work. Nice overall metal work. It looks like you started off with some bronzes and then dry brushed them silver. That's very effective. All in all, really good work. I'm liking this weathered effect that I'm seeing on the yellow on the
and
gun.
So I
mounted to the
painted
bottom.
on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They love the metallics. They love the metallics. No, of course, why would I make fun of you, Roland? I make fun of the fact that you apparently drink Mountain Dew through red vines. Yeah, I'll make fun of that. Because that's objectively horrifying. Really good work, though. Wilhelm, thank you so much for sharing, man. We were just talking about maybe doing some 40k on here. I don't know if I'm gonna. I think I might stick to mostly mech-related stuff for a while yet. Right? Red vines. Who eats those? Painting it red makes it go faster. It literally does in some cases. Roland, why do you keep doing this to me? You just know that my brain rebels against this combination of gelatin and fruit and cream products. Oh. I mean, I'll bet it's delicious, but it also makes me want to slam my head into the desk. Yeah, I saw that new edition of 40k soon. That should be interesting. Yes. But some people do what they want, and I'm gonna have to slap them down. Kapow! Pretty soon. Get some control. 40k mechs. There are. Have you seen my? I've got an Imperial Knight back here, who has also a chainsaw dick. Actually, I realized I should maybe show him off a little bit more. I wanted to meme more, but Fox slash. Well, that's Dark Fox doing their job, so that's good, Chaotic. I think Chaotic. I think the best thing for you is a little bit of structure. You know, what you really need is an iron fist wrapped around your delicate bits, keeping you in order and tethered to reality more than anything else. And maybe Fox can be that iron fist for you. Or maybe not an iron fist, maybe a sort of a velvety, furry fist in an iron glove wrapped around your meat bidet. Jesus Christ, I can't believe that was... That may have been rock bottom for your stream, Chaotic. And I will remind you, you made that joke. All I did was pick up on it. Moving on, we're never going to talk about it again. Roland, what are you doing, man? Why do you do this? You just know that it grates against me. That's why. More or less what's gotten done today. One last small building, and then the quad, and I'm all
If
caught
you
up
don't
on
respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
Oh, you gonna get it. That's a good-looking piece of terrain. I like all the texture on the... It looks like... not necessarily a prefab, but everything looks like it could fold into itself, I think is what I'm getting from it. That's really cool. Manro Fasal building some Raven Guard infiltrators. Ooh, sneaky sneak marines. Sneaky sneak marines. Are you going to do any stealth effects on these guys, Manro? Because it's a good opportunity to do some. They're very, very sneaky. Flavolicious with the backdoor advertisement for Steel Warrior Studios. Oh, shit. Cat's back. I did not... Okay, I did keep it going. Yeah, that was my fault. And I apologize to anyone who had to endure that. So these little scissor lifts are something that our very own Flavolicious sculpted himself as one of his first projects. They should be available on Steel Warrior. Oh, you can do the watermark if you want, man. It's okay. I don't mind advertising Steel Warrior Studios on here because you sell my shit. If anybody's interested in picking up anything from Thunderhead Studio, you're going to be going to Steel Warrior Studios for fulfillment, so I really don't mind. But these scissor lifts are something that he designed himself very recently. I did test prints on them. They print very nicely on a resin printer, and they're cool. And there they are scaled next to that excellent Wraith that he painted. Damn, that green looks good. I've got to get some of that Pro Acryl paint, man. I really do. It seems like really, really nice stuff. Tenacious T working on these guys during the cast. Awesome. Can't find a good placement for the lines on the Griffin, but the Battlemaster's looking really solid so far. And this is my favorite version of the Griffin. My favorite version, the Soltic Round Facer. I really, really love this classic design for the Griffin. It looks so good. It looks so good. Paintwork is very smooth. Good choice for the lines. I look forward to seeing this one finished, man, considering that's one of my favorite minis that has ever existed. Kursala Bushwhacker leg progress from tonight. Did the foot and adjusted the leg angles. Well, it's definitely coming together, man. Your Bushwhacker's going to wind up looking better than the official one, man. It's crazy. It's nonsense. I'm also going to want to print one. Yeah, I'd like the answer to this also, Datron. Is it one of the ones from the old box games? Because those are kind of hard to find these days. What am I about to play? Alright, it's only 6 seconds, right? How bad could it possibly be?
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Oh my god, what have I allowed to happen on this stream? This is partially Kat's fault. I'm gonna blame Kat a little bit. Because she designed the original Glorb emote. And, yeah, it's a little suggestive. It is. That was not intentional. But I also can't deny that it's true. This stream's on an express elevator to hell going down, as it were. Papa Bear with the first print of that intense Atlas. Look at this guy. He looks like a walking fortress. He does. He just looks like, oh my god. Stompy, stompy, stomp, stomp. The waist. He has a real narrow waist for how big his shoulders are. It doesn't really take that much away from the look of the mini. That's just something you might look at for future designs. The skull shoulders are honestly a nice touch. If you're gonna go to the point of putting a skull on your big fucking battle mech, I guess you might as well put a bunch of skulls on it. Why the hell not? There's like a halfway point between 40k and Battletech over here. You want that to be a commando? God. Oh no. Oh, Dark Fox dropping the hammer. It does me good to see Chaotic Harmony getting rebuked. Makes me feel like all is right in the world. This is Vitamins. Oh, he's a little fuzzy bun buns. He's a little fuzzy bum bum boom bum. Oh no. Vitamins. That's adorable. He has snow for a beard. You're right, he does. He does in fact have snow for a beard. Oh, thank you for sharing, Commissar Elusive. Flavolicious saying screw it. I'm going to slip in what I'm working on while we're watching. Now, as I understand it, Flavolicious, your intention is to have this basic tractor have a number of modules that can be attached to it for printing, so that it can be like a forklift, a grabber, a general purpose truck, a crane, a bunch of other stuff like that. Right? What? I just heard the alert and it didn't tell me what it was. A plow? Yeah, hell, why not? Why not? It didn't tell me what that alert was. Farts. I'll take a look in a second. Whoever it was that just did the thing that triggered the alert, I'll find out what it was in just a minute. NB Toby taking a break from printing and actually painting something. I know that feeling. I like what you've done with the skull here, man. Those dark lines do a lot to turn the white into sort of a radial effect, and then the black line right up the center. That looks really good. As someone who, admittedly, often is not a huge fan of the Atlas in general, I don't know, it's never really done much for me. I feel like it's the unnecessary larger version of the Orion when the Orion is already clearly perfect. That's really cool, and the eyes look really good. Thank you so much for the work in progress. I look forward to seeing the finished version of this, man. If this is just a work in progress, please be sure to post the rest of it on the next Storm Report. Thank you so much for sharing. Locus and Gentlemax, that'll bring us to the end. Oh, I see. I see what happened. That's the end of the Storm Report. Thank you, everybody, for participating in it. Penis Land Warrior has donated $10. Yeah, I know. I know who it was. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You guys, you keep the stream going. Really, you do. Really, you do. Let's have a look at who it is even possible for us to raid today, shall we? Zambies is going. And Steiner Miniatures is going. And I'm thinking, we're gonna wind up raiding Steiner Miniatures, more than likely. Don't get me wrong, I like Zambies, but she doesn't paint mechs. Now, does she? Warrior of the Land of Penis has subscribed at Tier 1. Hey, Crossbow Roof. Did I say hi to you today, Crossbow Roof? I might have missed you in chat, man. I'm sorry about that. Waiting for that flesh color. 4 months. Every time I see it, 4 months. I'm going to be doing this again next month, too. I'm going to be like, 5 months, you guys. 5 months is crazy. It is crazy. That something that started off as a, let's start this and see if we like it, has turned into nearly half a year of going, WJ, I'm sorry. I like Zambies. I really do. She's a fantastic painter. She does great work. Half the time I go over to her, she's doing something that is in no way related to anything that I do on stream. And if there's one thing that I do like to do, it's keep everything kind of on topic. SP Firestarter, we're not going to raid them today, but do me a favor, pop over into Discord, send me a link to their Twitch. I will jump over and I will watch them. I don't think that you're trying to send me to a crappy channel. I just like to know who it is that I'm raiding at, if that makes sense. But yeah, send me the link, and I'll take a look at their channel, and maybe we'll raid them next time. Let's go ahead and get this raid started. Ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemax, thank each and every one of you for being here today. This has been a fantastic stream. Thank you to Cat Ion for moderating. Thank you to Project Dark Fox for keeping everything on the up and up, and for rebuking Chaotic Harmony when he needs it. Thank you so much, everybody, for the bits, for the donations, for the subs. Thank you, Headshot, for all the bits. Oh my god. There's too many people to thank. Too many people to thank at this point. Which is a really clever way of saying I'm not going to thank you all by name, really, ultimately. No, but really, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Penisland Warrior. Every time I say it. For the donations. Guys, it's been a fantastic stream. I'm tired. I need to go get something to eat. Oh my gosh. I'm going to send you over now to Steiner Miniatures. I will be back Tuesday, May 26th. TBD what we're painting. I'll make sure I let you guys know ahead of time. Thank you, everyone, again, for being here. I will see you next stream. And until then, keep on painting. Y'all have a good one. I'm just gonna stare at the screen for a minute until I end the stream. It's a good way to go out, right?